Pas de soleil, pas de soleil, pas de soleil, da-da-da. Pas de soleil, pas de soleil, pas de soleil, da-da-da.
All right, folks, it's 6 o'clock, but I can't actually start the meeting because we've only got 4 councillors present at the moment. So we need 5 councillors for a quorum. We're going to wait to see if anyone arrives a little bit late, but that's why I'm not starting the meeting at this point. So hopefully we'll have another councillor turn up fairly shortly. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the August 2025 Ordinary Council meeting. We acknowledge and pay our respects to the traditional custodian of this land, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and their elders past and present. I would like to advise everyone that the audio and video of this meeting is being live streamed to YouTube. I request everyone to please turn off your mobile phones. I remind you that any recording of the meeting proceedings and photography within the chamber is prohibited unless prior approval has been granted, and councillors and city officers are reminded to disclose any declarations of financial interests and interests affecting impartiality, and are requested to activate their microphones when addressing the meeting. So, with that, welcome to everyone. We move to item 1, which is the declaration of opening, and I declare this meeting open at 2 minutes past 6 p.m. Item 2 is a disclaimer. The City of South Perth disclaims any liability for any loss arising from any person or body relying on any statement, discussion, recommendation or decision made during this meeting. Item 3 is announcements from the presiding member. That's me. First announcement's a sad one. It's regarding the passing of former councillor Ken Manolis. Ken Manolis passed away on the 9th of August 2025, and the City extends its deepest and heartfelt sympathies to the Manolis family at this time. Ken was an active member of the community where he resided in South Perth for many decades. He was elected as a Mill Point Ward councillor in 2015, and Ken served on council for 8 years, retiring at the conclusion of his term in 2023. Well known for his approachability and commitment, Ken was always willing to assist members of the public and took his role as an advocate for his community very seriously. His contributions have left a lasting impact on the City of South Perth, and he will be remembered fondly by all who knew him. We'd like to thank Ken for his dedicated service to his community. I'd also like to announce the resignation of former councillor Nick Coveney. Nick Coveney resigned from his position as a councillor effective from the 26th of July 2025. On behalf of the City of South Perth, I'd like to thank Mr Coveney for his service to the City and the community. Mr Coveney wished me to note the following on his behalf. It is with a mixture of gratitude and reflection that I submit my resignation as a councillor of the Mill Point Ward. Serving our community has been an immense honour. I have deeply valued the opportunity to contribute to meaningful initiatives, collaborate with dedicated colleagues, and advocate for the people of South Perth. This decision comes as I embrace a new chapter in life, spending time with my newborn child. While public service has been a defining part of my journey, the early months of parenthood are fleeting and precious. I've chosen to step away to be fully present during this time of growth, bonding and new beginnings. I remain deeply committed to the values that brought me to this role and hope to return to community engagement in the future. I leave with deep respect for the work Council accomplished together. I thank you for your understanding and the privilege of serving as your local Mill Point Ward councillor. We wish Mr Coveney all the very best for the future and sincerely thank him for his service to the City of South Perth. Councillors, will you please join me in showing our appreciation for former Councillor Ken Manolis and former Councillor Nick Coveney. The next item in item 3 is the presiding member's report, and this is where I present this month's mayoral report. For those members of the gallery who might not be aware, Council passed a motion at the October 2024 Ordinary Council meeting. The motion resolved that at each Ordinary Council meeting, I'm obliged to present a report of the mayoral engagements and meetings attended by me in my capacity as Mayor since the last Council meeting. The reasons in support of that motion stated that this practice is considered essential for maintaining transparency, fairness and accountability, allowing both councillors and the community to be fully informed of the Mayor's activities and enabling them to participate more effectively in council deliberations. So, the first part of the report that I'm required to present is a summary of the events attended and persons met with by the Mayor in his capacity as Mayor since the last council meeting. And councillors, the last council meeting was held on Tuesday the 22nd of July. So in accordance with council's resolution, I'll begin from Wednesday the 23rd of July 2025. I am conscious we've got a pretty busy agenda this evening, so I'm going to try and get through the report as quickly as I can within the parameters council has prescribed for me. So, on Wednesday the 23rd of July, I was interviewed on ABC Radio about Council's decision at the 22 July 2025 Ordinary Council meeting on item 12.1, being Council Resolution number 0725/140, removal of 6 trees planted on the south side of Lake Douglas during winter 2024. Also on Wednesday, 23 July, I attended and participated in a meeting of the CEO Selection Committee. On Thursday, the 24th of July, I caught up with Teresa Lyons, Mayor of the City of Gosnells, and Patrick Hall, Mayor of the City of Canning. And I think I've mentioned in previous reports that I try to catch up with the mayors of neighbouring local governments or local governments that the city shares strategic interests with every so often. We discussed a range of issues, including media coverage of decisions at the city's July Ordinary Council meeting, projects happening in our respective districts, challenges in the local government sector, and some of the restrictions that mayors are subject to when publicly discussing local government affairs. On Friday the 25th of July, I attended and spoke at the opening of the WA Women's Hall of Fame display of the 2025 inductees at Heritage House. On Sunday the 27th of July, my children and I braved the rain and the cold to attend the city's annual tree planting day at the Elderfield Wetlands in Solder Point. And on behalf of the community, I'd like to say a big thank you to the city staff and the community volunteers who turned out in force and rolled up their proverbial sleeves to plant trees, sedges, rushes and seedlings. The kids and I have been participating in the city's tree planting day for years now, and you can see the results from the work of city staff and community volunteers from previous years just by walking around the area. And the Elderfield Wetlands are being transformed into a gorgeous green space for our community and local wildlife. Literally tens of thousands of trees and plants have been planted over the last few years, and it's a genuine testament to what local governments and communities can do by working together. And even when it's wet and cold, it is a lot of fun. On Tuesday the 29th of July, I was interviewed by ABC Radio about the revocation motion to revoke Council's decision at the 22 July 2025 Ordinary Council meeting on item 12.1, being Council Resolution 0725/140, removal of 6 trees planted on the south side of Lake Douglas during winter 2024, and which appears at item 10.4.1 of tonight's agenda. Also, on Tuesday, 29 July, I met with Acting CEO Matthew Scott, and as you all know, I meet with the CEO or Acting CEO at least once a week to discuss the local government's affairs and the performance of its functions in line with Section 2.8 of the Local Government Act. And in an effort to try and reduce the length of this report, I'll note that I also met with Mr Scott on 5 August, 12 August, 19 August and today for the same purpose. On Wednesday the 30th of July, I attended Aquinas College to meet with Just Start It founder Lainey Visor and the very talented student teams who are participating in the Just Start It program finals. I think I mentioned in last month's mayoral report that Just Start It is a brilliant 18-week educational program run in high schools that teaches students the value of the partnership of technology and business. Teams are formed of hackers, hawkers and hipsters and are led through the process of creating their own startup, from idea creation to app development to business plan development to budgeting to monetisation and market strategy. I've been involved with the program for 3 years now, and it never ceases to amaze me just how creative and dedicated these student teams are. On Thursday the 31st of July, I met with Karen Vernon, the Mayor of the town of Vic Park. We met at the popular local cafe Hoopla in Kensington and discussed a range of issues, including media coverage at the city's July OCM, media coverage of a decision at the city's July OCM, projects happening in our respective districts, as well as governance issues relating to the local government sector generally. On Friday the 1st of August, I attended the Special Olympics Australian Sports Medal presentation at the Chevron Australia building at Elizabeth Quay. The Australian Sports Medal honours individuals who have represented Australia as official members of a national team on the international stage. Now, Special Olympics athletes have shown exceptional dedication, courage and sportsmanship to earn this recognition, and it was an absolute pleasure to attend and help honour our amazing Special Olympics athletes. On Monday the 4th of August, I met with the Acting CEO, Matthew Scott, and the city's communications team. As you all know, I meet with the city's communication team once per week to discuss current and upcoming communications by the city, potential third-party media relevant to the city, and my duties as spokesperson for the city. And in an effort, once again, to try and cut down the length of this report, I'll note that I also met with the city's communication team on 12 August, 18 August and 25 August for the same purpose. On Tuesday the 5th of August, I attended the Manning Mensheds annual general meeting at the Manning Senior Citizens Centre to listen to the presentations and discussions. As you all know, I try and make myself available to the various sporting clubs and community organisations in our city to better understand their needs and get a perspective on what the city might be able to do to help keep making our district a better place to live, work and play. Also on Tuesday the 5th of August, I attended the finals of the Just Start It program at Sacred Heart College in Sorrento. I've had the privilege of being part of the panel of judges for the last 3 years. And like I said earlier, it never ceases to amaze me just how creative and dedicated these student teams are. On Wednesday the 6th of August, I attended the Clubs Club meeting hosted by our local Member of Parliament, Mr Jeff Baker MLA, at John McGrath Pavilion. And that was a great opportunity to hear from a wide range of our local sporting clubs and community organisations. And I thank Mr Baker for that invitation. On Sunday the 10th of August, my son Harvey and I attended the Turtles in the Trees Walk and Talk community event presented by Ian Barlow at Lake Douglas in South Perth. It was a great opportunity to take a closer look at a part of South Perth that's received a fair bit of attention lately and listen to community perspectives on how the city should be dealing with it. On Tuesday the 12th of August, I served as presiding member at a special council meeting to appoint the city's new CEO. And on Wednesday the 13th of August, I met with the new president of the South Perth Baseball Club for an update on how the club's been going and what the club's priorities going forward are. I also attended a meeting of the city's Community Safety and Crime Prevention Advisory Group to stay informed on issues affecting our community. On Friday the 15th of August, I attended a reception at the Indian Community Centre in Willetton to help celebrate the 79th Independence Day of India. On Monday, 18 August, I attended the opening of the city's new reuse shop. Operated by WorkPower, a leading Western Australian disability service provider and social enterprise contracted by the city, the store is part of our broader push towards sustainability and recycling. Located at our recycling centre at 199 Thelma Street in Como, the reuse shop gives pre-loved items a second life while creating meaningful employment for people with disability. Our residents will be able to drop off no longer needed but still useful goods at the reuse shop, which can then continue to be of service to the wider community, supporting a circular economy and generating better environmental outcomes for everyone. On Tuesday the 18th of August, I served as presiding member at the August Council Agenda briefing. On Friday the 21st of August, I attended the South Perth United Football Club's quiz night at Challenger Reserve in Manning, and it was great to see so many people there enjoying a fun night out and raising money for one of our wonderful sporting clubs. On Monday the 25th of August, that's yesterday, I served as presiding member at a special electors meeting held in response to an electors petition received for the purposes of 1. Expressing a lack of confidence in the council for their decision on Councillor Coveney's notice of motion, item 12.1, resolution 0725/140, removal of the 6 trees planted on the south side of Lake Douglas during winter 2024 of the July 2025 Ordinary Council Meeting agenda for the reasons set out in that petition. And 2, in accordance with the above, we call upon Council to rescind or change resolution 0725/140, resulting from item 12.1 in its entirety or as possible under the standing orders at the earliest opportunity. And councillors, as you all would be aware, that motion was carried unanimously. Earlier today, I was pleased to attend and participate in a sod turning ceremony for the new recital hall and music precinct at Aquinas College, which marks the commencement of a very exciting new program at Aquinas. And that brings us up to tonight's Ordinary Council meeting. Just give me a moment. Thank you. The second part of Council's resolution requires me to present an overview of the key issues, initiatives and matters that I've been addressing in my capacity as Mayor since the last Council meeting. And the 3 main issues that I've been working on since the last Council meeting are 1, how elected members can work better with each other and with the City administration to deliver on our community's priorities. 2, ensuring that the process for recruiting and appointing the City's new CEO is managed properly. And 3, being responsive to the community and media interest on Council's decision on item 12.1 at last month's Council meeting. And with that, we're up to date. So that brings us to item 4, which is attendance. Item 4.1 is apologies. I haven't received any apologies for this evening. Item 4.2 is approved leaves of absence, and Mayor Greg Milner, that's me. I have an approved leave of absence for the period of 24 July 2025 to 17 October 2025, but I'm here and serving as presiding member. Turning the page. Item 5 is declarations of interest, and you're going to have to bear with me again, folks, because this is another long one. Here goes. Mayor Greg Milner, that's me. I've declared a financial and proximity interest in item 10.1.1 as some of the proposed listings either include or are adjacent to or are across the road from properties that are owned or indirectly owned by persons who contributed to my re-election campaign in 2023. Councillor Glenn Cridland has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.1 as I know some of the owners of properties on the list. Councillor Andre Brandis has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.1 as I know someone who is not a closely associated person to me and their property is on the draft local heritage survey for adoption. I've had a conversation with Ms Logue, an owner of 2 Parker Street, South Perth, with a proposed category 2 in the draft local heritage survey for adoption. The impartiality interests will not impair my decision making, which will be based on merit. Councillor Hayley Prendeville has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.1 as I have had communication with some of the homeowners and those connected to sites included in this item. I have submitted an amendment to this item. Councillor Bronwyn Moore has declared an impartiality interest on item 10.1.1 as my son attends Wesley College and I know some people who have an interest in some of the properties on the list, but none of those persons are closely associated persons. Mayor Greg Milner, that's me. I've declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.4 as over the years I've developed positive working relationships with many local sporting organisations and community clubs, including some of the applicants mentioned in this item. Councillor Glenn Cridland has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.4 as my children and I have been members of the South Perth Lawn Tennis Club. Councillor Hayley Prendeville has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.4 as a family member of mine is a member of the South Perth Lawn Tennis Club and my son has been involved in one season at the South Perth Junior Cricket Club. Councillor Bronwyn Moore has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.4 as I am a member of the Manning Bowling Club. Councillor Jennifer Navard has declared a proximity interest in item 10.1.5 as my property is opposite the section of Sir James Mitchell Park in proximity to the flagpole where this event will be conducted. On the previous occasion, the nocturnal event did not impact land in front of my property. I will not participate in the vote on this agenda item. Councillor Jennifer Navard has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.3.1 as I do not believe there is a need to declare a proximity interest in decision-making on policy 7.2 significant views because the policy is not an enactment of any decision relating to the land opposite my dwelling. I do not believe that the development of private land in the vicinity of my property would impact views from my property. Councillor Bronwyn Moore has declared an impartiality interest in 10.3.1 as my office is located one block back from the river in Harper Terrace in South Perth. I declare this interest out of an abundance of caution as I note that my view from my office is not likely to be captured by this policy. Our office is located on a lower level with windows oriented towards Ferry Street, Mill Point Road, and the rear of another apartment building that is located on South Perth Esplanade. All the surrounding buildings have several stories higher than our office. Councillor Jennifer Navard has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.3.2 as, if agreed to by Council, the local planning policy trees will become an advisory direction for Council decision-making in relation to development approvals on private property. I therefore declare an impartiality interest on the matter because some community members may be concerned that a conflict of interest may be present. Councillor Hayley Prendeville has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.3.3 as one of the policies within this item refers to public art and I hold a position on the City of South Perth's Art Advisory Committee. Mayor Greg Milner, that's me, I've declared an impartiality interest in item 10.3.4 as I know at least one person who lives close to the site of the proposed development. Councillor Hayley Prendeville has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.3.5 as a family member of mine is a member of the Collier Pines Ladies Golf Club. Mayor Greg Milner, me again, I've declared an testing, okay, it's come back, good. Mayor Greg Milner, that's me, I've declared an impartiality interest in item 10.4.1 as I voted against Council Resolution number 0725/140 titled Removal of 6 Trees Planted on the South Side of Lake Douglas during winter 2024 at the 22 July 2025 Ordinary Council meeting. I supported the revocation motion by Councillor Jennifer Navard being brought to Council for consideration as set out at page, it was 67, it's probably a new number now, of the current agenda. Councillor Jennifer Navard has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.4.1 as I voted against Council Resolution number 0725/140 titled Removal of 6 Trees Planted on the South Side of Lake Douglas during winter 2024 at the 22 July 2025 Ordinary Council meeting. I have initiated a revocation of motion item 12.1, passed at the 22 July 2025 Ordinary Council meeting, and this has now been brought to Council for reconsideration as set out at page 67 of the Council Agenda Briefing Agenda. It's probably a different page number now, but of the agenda. The focus of my concern is the process that has led to the decision taken regarding the 6 trees. I do not have a proximity interest or direct financial interest in this matter, as my property is located on a different street and in a different location. I am making this declaration to clarify my position, as I received a copy of correspondence indicating community concern on my eligibility to participate in the decision making. Councillor Glenn Cridland has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.4.1, as 2 of the speakers are known to me, with one presenter being the parent of a child who plays sport in a team with one of my children. Councillor Andre Brender-Abrandis has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.4.1, as Mr David Coldham, a resident of Jubilee Street, South Perth, contacted me on 21 July 2025 regarding this item. The views from Mr Coldham's property may or may not be affected in the future regarding the 6 juvenile trees proposed for removal. My decision making on this agenda item will be unaffected, as it will be based on merit. Councillor Bronwyn Moore has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.4.1, as I have been lobbied by many persons on both sides of this item. None of them are known to me personally. Mayor Greg Milner, that's me, I've declared a financial and proximity interest in item 10.4.4, as I've read Councillor Cridland's proposed amendment to item 10.4.4. At least one of the persons who contributed to my re-election campaign in 2023 either owns or has an indirect interest in a property on Canning Highway that may be affected by Councillor Cridland's proposed amendment. And finally, Mayor Greg Milner, me again, I've declared an impartiality interest in item 12.1, as I know a significant number of the city's many wonderful volunteers. Councillors, does anyone else have any other interests that they want to declare this evening? Councillor Cridland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's not so much a declaration, but rather an explanation. I noticed, at least if my memory serves me right, that Councillor Hayley Prendeville might have declared an impartiality interest in respect of 10.1.4, which is the CSRFF small grants program, because of a child who played cricket in South Perth Cricket Club. My understanding of the grant is that it relates to the adult South Perth Cricket Club rather than the junior cricket club, which has many more members. And if I had thought it related to the junior cricket club, I would have also declared an interest.
Councillor Prendeville, did any further thoughts, or happy to leave it as it is?
Happy to leave it as it is. Thank you, Mr Mayor. It also includes a family member who is a member of the tennis club as well, which is in the same item. So just trying to cover all bases.
All right, thank you. Councillors and Councillor Waugh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I note that you declared an interest in respect to volunteer code of conduct because you know some of the volunteers. I think I ought to do exactly the same in respect to 12.1 and 12.2. I have been lobbied by quite a number of people within the community. None of them I would consider known to me particularly personally, but I have been lobbied in respect to those items. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillors, any further declarations to be made this evening? No. Okay. In that case, we move on to item 6, which is public question time. Item 6.1 is responses to previous public questions taken on notice. That's nil. Item 6.2 is public question time itself. So we now open public question time at 6:29 p.m. We've received 6 written submissions prior to tonight's meeting, and I'd like to begin by inviting Mr Stephen Russell of Como. If you'd like to come to the microphone, welcome to you, and we look forward to your questions.
Yes, thank you. Evening all. My first two questions are follow-on to questions raised by Councillor Brenda Brandis at the July OCM regarding the destruction of a large lemon-scented gum tree on the development site at the corner of Clydesdale and Davilick Street. This lemon-scented gum was part of the landscape plan submitted as part of the DA, and therefore the City, in its recommendation for approval, included a condition stating, and I quote, "All existing trees intended to be retained as indicated on the site plan shall be identified for retention on the building plans and the landscape plan, and shall be protected prior to and during construction and shall not be removed without prior approval of the City." This condition of approval was agreed to by the Development Application Panel. Hence, first question. Noting that the tree, in the City's words, once the works had commenced on the site, the tree had been compromised and was a risk that would likely fail and cause safety risks to the public. Then does the City consider the aforementioned condition of approval to be of sufficient strength to allow for the protection of the tree, as evidently this does not seem to be the case?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This condition is typically sufficient. However, the City acknowledges in this instance that it was not. Whilst the tree protection zone was delineated and fencing installed, the builder had not anticipated the extent of root damage caused by heavy machinery access to the site. For this reason, the City is in the process of reviewing its conditions to further require a tree protection plan be submitted as part of the construction management plan following development approval, including the potential for an arborist to be present on site whilst certain works are undertaken. It is noted that whilst the City can recommend these conditions, ultimately the Development Assessment Panel as a decision maker may choose not to impose such conditions if it considers them to be unreasonable.
Thank you. Second question. Did the City, prior to and during construction, perform site visits to verify that the tree protection condition was satisfactory to ensure its survival, as evidently this does not seem to be the case?
Thank you. Ms Shaw.
Thank you. The fence was provided around the tree for the tree protection zone. However, it would have required a qualified arborist to understand the impact of the damage during construction works.
Okay, thank you. My third question relates to item 10.3.2, draft local planning policy trees. So as the City Officer's report states for the Zorsey and Town of Cambridge decision, a removal of the tree involved works which constituted development for the purposes of the town's local planning scheme. Then why is the City recommending a policy which only has a due regard bearing on decision making rather than an amendment to the local planning scheme which has a law bearing on decision making?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The draft local planning policy trees is not seeking to define tree removal as development. Rather, it acknowledges that all tree removal may be considered development and is therefore seeking to exempt certain tree removal from requiring development approval. The Minister for Planning approval is now required to advertise scheme amendments. Given these provisions were removed prior to Gazettal of Local Planning Scheme number 7, the City has not proposed a new scheme amendment to this effect.
Thank you, Ms Shaw, and thank you, Mr Russell, for the questions. I'd now like to invite Ms Bronwyn David of South Perth, if you'd like to come to the microphone. Welcome to you, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening again, and to staff, councillors and the Mayor. So, another mention of the decision in Zorsey and the Town of Cambridge, which has significantly changed the understanding of the treatment of trees on private property. My first question is, will the City undertake a wide-ranging public education campaign to educate the public on the implications of the decision in Zorsey and the Town of Cambridge prior to or parallel with the consideration of and/or the advertising of and/or the adoption of a local planning policy on trees, including direct communication with landowners, developers active in the city, town planners, building companies and arborists, including social media posts and information on the city website?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If a local planning policy is ultimately adopted by council, the city intends to undertake a broad community advertising campaign, including information being made publicly available on its website and social media, etc., to explain the implications of the policy and circumstances where development approval is exempt. The city can also write to known developers and consultants operating in South Perth. The city can include information on the Zorzi case as part of the information provided. The city is not intending to write to all landowners directly, given the cost is approximately $35,000, as the city does not currently have a budget allocation for this purpose.
Thank you. My second question relates to 39 to 41 South Terrace, South Perth, which is presently for sale as a development block. You can see here there's an old house on a very large block. There's also a very large native tree, at least 10 metres tall, the only large tree left in that locality, and at least 70 years old, having referred to the historical aerial photos on the city's intramaps. Will the city urgently communicate with the owners and agents of this land to apprise them of Zorzi and the town of Cambridge and alert them to the need to consult with the city before removal of the tree?
Thank you. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Whilst the city has documented evidence of the trees at 39 to 41 South Terrace and is aware the site is for sale, it has not formally written to the owners, given there is no known imminent plan to remove the trees. The city has prepared draft local planning policy trees to seek strategic guidance from council for this matter moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Shaw, and thank you, Ms David, for the questions. I'd now like to invite Ms Joanne Ord of Como, if you'd like to come to the microphone. Welcome to you, and we look forward to your questions.
Hello again, everyone. So my questions relate to motions 12.1 and 12.2 by Councillor Waugh that suggests over recent months there have been multiple instances where lease, licence or partnership terms or changes to previously agreed terms have impacted individuals or groups. And reference is made to the Manning Markets, Wasps Hockey and Home Karrawara Food Relief Program. From my understanding, an agreement was reached between the Manning Markets and Development WA to move to Bentley and did not occur via a change of terms to the agreement that the markets had with our administration. And regarding Wasps Hockey, it is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that there was never any lease, agreement or partnership in place with the city, only a drafting of a lease and option to lease that were not executed. And regarding Home Karrawara, the city has advised that funding was available to re-enter that partnership agreement, but is unable to re-enter that agreement and will now progress towards a wider expression of interest for a food relief program. So without knowing why the city cannot re-enter that agreement, I'm guessing a clause or a conditions precedent cannot be met. And I assuming that the business of licences, leases and agreements is an operational matter that our admin is best placed to carry out in the interest of ratepayers and relevant parties, but councillors might act as a conduit of sorts if a party has a concern that could be passed on to our admin, but an arm's length approach by council would avoid any perception of favouritism or apprehended bias.
I might have to cut off the
question. Yep,
yes,
I'm getting
question
to my
one.
question.
Thanks.
So in the efforts of good governance, I do understand that for confidentiality reasons, the city may not be able to answer this, but hopefully you can, yes or no. Did the city change any terms of the partnership with Home Karrawara?
Thank you for the question. Mr Lecoq.
Through the chair, yes, minor changes.
Minor, thank you. And last week, the acting CEO indicated that there is no need for a volunteer code of conduct, as it may be a duplication of effort with regard to current codes in place. Does the city still hold that position?
Mr Lecoq?
Through the Chair, yes, the city's position is indicated in the suggested officer's recommendation for item 12.1 on tonight's agenda.
Cool, thank you. And also, what is the city's position on council's potential involvement or oversight via a new policy as outlined in 12.2?
Thank you for the question. Mr Lecoq?
Through the Mayor, the city's position is indicated in the suggested officer's recommendation at 12.2 on tonight's
Could you
agenda.
just read that out for me, please?
The officer's recommendation,
Yes, if you wouldn't mind. I haven't got it with me.
you have to give us a moment. So the suggested officer recommendation that council note that the city is undertaking a review of policy 609, management and sale of city property, a cost recovery analysis and a lease analysis. Point number 2, request the city's chief executive officer to prepare information to inform a workshop on policy P609, management and sale of city property with council that A, identifies the city's current standard terms and conditions for leases, licenses, agreements and partnership agreements with third parties, including but not limited to community groups, non-for-profits and commercial tenants. B, outlines the process by which variations or amendments to these standard lease terms are currently approved. And C, recommends a governance mechanism to ensure that, Roman numeral 1, any material departure from the city's standard lease terms or any amendments that significantly alter a tenant's ongoing rights under an existing agreement, obligation or tenure are reported to Council for Transparency. And Roman numeral 2, a clear and fair framework is established to guide future leases, licenses and partnership negotiations and amendments, particularly where they relate to community or public benefit uses.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Lecoq, and thank you, Ms Ord, for the questions. I'd now like to invite Mr Phil Knight of COMO, if you'd like to come to the microphone. Welcome to you, and we look forward to your questions.
Good evening all. The amendments proposed for LPP 2.4 are broadly supported, but could be further enhanced. Under the city's local planning scheme, land use permissibility for a childcare premises is currently discretionary use within a residential zone. Previous comments by the city in response to questions at the council agenda briefing on the 19th of August 2025 advised that as the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage does not support a childcare premises being an ex-use or not a permitted use in a residential zone, it means that the city has to accept a development application for a childcare premises and assess it against any applicable local planning policies or state policies. Given this position, the city has a discretionary role in assessing each application for a childcare premises on its merits. However, for impacted residents, there is a need for greater transparency and accountability in this assessment/decision-making process. And this discretion needs to be in accordance with some transparent governance structure around its use. So my question is, in undertaking its discretionary function, Will the city make publicly available all proposed/draft recommendations after considering the merits of a development application for a childcare premises for review/comment by impacted residents prior to any recommendations/approval being submitted to the decision maker?
Thank you for the question. And just before I ask Ms Shaw to answer, I'm going to use my powers under the standing orders to extend public question time for a further 15 minutes. Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whilst the City can appreciate that submitters would like further ability to comment on a recommendation on an application, the City will only make its recommendations public to the extent that the officer recommendation is published in an agenda for a development assessment panel or council meeting. The City cannot circulate its draft recommendation to submitters to provide further opportunity to comment, as the assessment of development applications are subject to the principles of natural justice and administrative law. The deemed provisions of the Planning and Development Local Planning Schemes Regulations 2015 prescribe the manner in which the City must undertake its assessment and determination of an application, which includes statutory timeframes for both the consultation period for an application and the time for deciding an application for development approval. Whilst the regulations prescribe that consultation is to occur for certain applications and that the decision maker is to consider any submissions received on an application, the applicant is entitled to a decision within the prescribed timeframe once those processes have occurred. Should the proposal be modified, the City can re-advertise the proposal to seek further input.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Your second question, Mr Knight?
Thank you. In accordance with question 1, the City in 2024 accepted an application for proposed childcare premises to be built at 44 Park Street, Como, a residential zoned area. The City recommended its approval to MIDAP 3 times by way of responsible authority reports in October 2024, November 2024 and June 2025, and MIDAP's rejected the City's discretionary findings. So my question is this: based on its discretionary findings, why did the City 3 times recommend the approval of this childcare premises when it clearly did not meet a number of the requirements of either the DPLH draft position statement on childcare premises that's currently being finalised, or more specifically its own LPP 2.4, particularly in regard to 4 objectives, 4.3, to minimise the impact of childcare premises on the surrounding locality, in particularly the amenity of existing residential areas, and 5 development requirements, 5.3.3, traffic vehicle access and car parking design, B, where vehicles are capable of entering and exiting the site in forward gear.
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City's initial recommendation on the proposal was for conditional approval. Given the applicant amended the proposal to seek to reduce the impact of the proposal, the City's recommendation remained as conditional approval for the subsequent decisions, given the revised proposals had less impact. Position statements provide a statement setting out the policy position of the Western Australian Planning Commission with respect to a particular matter. Greater weight was given to the City's Local Planning Policy 2.4, childcare premises, as it was adopted and not in draft, with details of the City's assessment included in the 3 responsible authority reports prepared and publicised prior to the Development Assessment Panel meetings. Specific details on the City's assessment with respect to traffic and car parking, including review of the traffic impact statement, has been included in the responsible authority reports. The City has updated Local Planning Policy 2.4, childcare premises, to seek to address matters that were raised during the consultation process for the application at 44 Park Street, Como, which, if adopted by Council, it will use in the assessment of future applications.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. And your final question, Mr Knight?
Yes, final question, thank you. At what point is there too much discretion taken by the City in either not complying with state policies on childcare or its own local planning policies, particularly LPP 2.4? The point being that residents and affected stakeholders referred to in my previous question were not aware of the content and detail of the City's discretionary decision until after the City's recommendations were tabled with MIDAP to approve the childcare premises. The MIDAP process provides only a limited 3-day window for residents and affected stakeholders to review and digest the findings, and make a meaningful response/deputation to MIDAP with no recourse to the city's planning officers. Basically, there is insufficient public consultation/review throughout this discretionary process. The trust us mentality is not appropriate. So in the interest of good governance, is the city supportive of the need for greater transparency and accountability measures to be built into the discretionary process when undertaking assessment and considering recommendations for approval of all childcare premises applications?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, the deemed provisions of the planning regulations prescribe the manner in which the city must undertake its assessment and determination of an application.
Thank you, Ms Shaw, and thank you, Mr Knight, for the questions. I'd now like to invite Ms Kathy Lees of South Perth, if you'd like to come to the microphone. Welcome to you, and we look forward to your questions.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors and staff. My questions are in relation to item 10.3.2, the draft local planning policy on trees. So the policy now before you is very different to the model Wolga tree retention policy that other councils have and are looking to adopt. We were advised last week by administration that the proposed version that's now before you arose because council could not adopt the Wolga policy without a revocation motion for the decision last year not to adopt. But we understand now that that advice has been withdrawn and a revocation is not required. So given the SAT decision, the Zorzi SAT decision that's already been referred to tonight, when you as a council are obliged to progress a policy that specifies the criteria for development approval, for when development approval is required for tree removal. So surely it is best to use the Wolga policy that provides a consistent approach for developers, clearly explains why tree retention is important in line with the SAT decision, and avoids any large significant trees falling between the cracks. So my first question is, what does the city believe the advantages and disadvantages are to having a tree local planning policy that is not consistent with that being recommended by Wolga and adopted by other councils, including most recently our neighbouring council, Victoria Park?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The Wolga model policy was created at a time where historically it had been accepted that tree removal on residential properties was not work that required development approval under the Planning and Development Act 2005. The recent outcome of the Zorzi decision has confirmed that tree removal may be considered works, regardless of a policy that defines it as such. The creation of a policy to specify that tree removal is works that requires development approval is therefore not required. Rather, a policy can be adopted to guide the circumstances in which the local government would exempt the requirement for approval. The city understands that all local governments that adopted the Wolga model policy did so prior to the Zorzi decision being made.
So the advantages and disadvantages of being inconsistent?
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's that it's an exemption policy.
Yeah, I'd agree to disagree with you.
Okay,
on
it's
your interpretation
public
of
question
the
time. It's
Wolga
not for
model, but
debate.
that's
I've got to be fair to everyone.
Does the city agree that the inclusion of guidance in the policy objectives about the desired outcomes of the policy, as is the case with just about every other city local planning policy where the objectives are clearly stated in terms of what the city is trying to achieve, in this case being to retain large trees wherever possible to preserve and enhance neighbourhood amenity, character, sense of place, urban heat island effects, etc., as in the Wolga model planning policy, would be beneficial to landowners, developers and decision makers, particularly particularly given local planning scheme number 7 says little on tree retention, and if so, even if not, why?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you. The City drafted the policy to be as clear and succinct as possible, with the objectives only aligned to the intent of the policy to exempt certain tree removal from requiring development approval and to provide guidance for the assessment of development applications for removal where required. Application of the policy would achieve these objectives.
And your final question, Ms Les?
Does the city acknowledge that failure to require development approval for major pruning of large trees in the draft policy, in the way other councils who have adopted the Wagga model have done, could result in the city having no power to act if a developer chooses to excessively and repeatedly prune a tree leading to its death?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw?
Thank you. The head of power for local governments to undertake enforcement action is the Planning and Development Act 2005. Policies provide guidance on decision making, including guidance as to what the local government would constitute as development. Even if council adopts a policy stating that tree damaging activity is development that requires approval, this can still be challenged. The Zorzi decision did not consider matters related to tree pruning. Work such as pruning or removing a limb may not be considered significant enough that it would constitute development for which approval is required if tested by the State Administrative Tribunal.
Thank you, Ms Shaw, and thank you, Ms Lees, for your questions. I'd now like to invite Mr John Bassett of Como, if you'd like to come to the microphone. Welcome to you, and we look forward to your questions.
Good evening. It's been ages. In the meeting last night, the special electors meeting, one of the significant points of discussion was that expert advice received by the council officers was rather consistently being overturned by individual councillors. And I suggest that if we look at the heritage listing, we're seeing a similar thing happening there. So following extensive consultation process that included expert advice from a heritage specialist, the draft heritage list was presented to council on the 24th of June. At that meeting, several properties were removed from the list based on what appeared to be ill-informed understandings of the implications of heritage listing and had, as far as I could see, nothing to do with actual heritage value of the property. Those removals appear to have been triggered by a few owners making calls to select councillors. There was no consideration paid to the wider community's desire to retain heritage properties. So my question, considering Councillor Prenville's amendments this evening, seems to be rather rhetorical. Is there any risk of the heritage list being further whittled down? So I'll actually change my question to ask, the list is being voted on this evening. If it's agreed, what is the process from this point onwards as far as the heritage listings of properties is concerned?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So if council adopts the heritage list tonight for advertising, the city is required to write directly to all the landowners on the draft list, including the reasons for why they're included in the draft heritage list and inviting them to make submissions on the matter. We will then present a report back to council following the consultation period, in which council can consider any submissions received on the matter prior to considering adopting the heritage list. Once the heritage list is adopted, it will have statutory effect over those properties.
Thank you. I was a bit confused because we have already received a letter. So anyway, I'll move on to my second question. It relates to item 10.3.4, 16 Swan Street. In following the discussion at the briefing meeting on the 19th of August and in reviewing the background notes at subsection 3, it appears that the developer sought approval for a less imposing structure that was approved under designated authority. Following that, the developer constructed beyond the approved plan. This is outlined in page 55 of the agenda. A complaint was raised and the developer is now applying to extend the previous approval. This appears to fly in the face of the whole development process. It could be characterised as build what you want and ask for permission afterwards. So my question to council is there anything preventing council from requiring the construction that goes beyond the March 23rd approval be demolished and rebuilt in accordance with the 2023 approval?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you. The Planning and Development Act 2005 provides enforcement provisions, including the ability for the city to give a written direction to the owner or any other person who undertook the development to remove, pull down, take up or alter the development. Should council refuse the development application, the city will commence enforcement action to ensure works are consistent with that which has been approved. It is noted that a decision to refuse the development application and any written direction notice can be reviewed by the State Administrative Tribunal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Shaw, and thank you, Mr Bassett, for the questions. Now, I'm just going to check with governance to see if there's any late questions in the tray. No, there's not. Okay. In that case, I close public question time at 7 p.m. We now move on to item 7, which is confirmation of minutes and notes. Item 7.1 is minutes. Item 7.1.1 is ordinary council meeting held on 22 July 2025. So I'm about to look for a mover and a seconder for a motion that the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on 22 July 2025 be taken as read and confirmed as a true and correct record. Councillor Brenda Abrandis to move, thank you. Someone to second. Councillor Prendeville, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose this motion? That's a no. In that case, I'll declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 7.1.2 is the special council meeting held on 12 August 2025. So once again, I'm about to look for a mover and a seconder on a motion that the minutes of the special council meeting held 12 August 2025 be taken as read and confirmed and as a true and correct record. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. Councillor Navarre to second, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose this motion? No? In that case, I'll declare it carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 7.2 is notes of briefing. So I'll call for a mover and a seconder to note that council notes the following council briefings and workshops were held: 7.2.1 concept briefings and workshops, and 7.2.2 council agenda briefing dated 19 August 2025. Councillor Brenda Abrandis to move, thank you. Someone to second. Councillor Navarre, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose this motion? No, then that one's carried unanimously as well. That brings us to item 8, which is presentations. Item 8.1 is petitions, that's nil for this evening. Item 8.2 is gifts or awards presented to council, that's also nil for this evening. And item 8.3 is deputations, and deputations were heard at the council agenda briefing held on 19 August 2025. That takes us to item 9, which is the method of dealing with agenda business, and I'll now seek confirmation from the Acting Chief Executive Officer, Mr Matthew Scott, that all the report items contained in tonight's agenda were discussed at the August Council agenda briefing, with the exception of the following items. Those items are item 10.3.2, draft local planning policy trees. The policy has been slightly amended. And item 10.4.6, 2025 Western Australian Local Government Association Annual General Meeting. Mr Scott.
Yes, I can confirm.
Thank you very much. So, with the exception of the items to be withdrawn for discussion this evening, reports will be adopted by exception resolution. And by this, I mean that the officer recommendation will be adopted as is without discussion or amendment. The following items have been withdrawn for discussion this evening. Those items are 10.1.1, entitled Draft Heritage List Advertising. The reason for that is I've declared a financial and proximity interest in this item, and Councillor Hayley Prendeville has an amendment. We're also withdrawing item 10.1.5 entitled Amendment to Large-Scale Commercial Event proposed on Sir James Mitchell Park, Nocturnal Food and Beverage Village in November 2025. The reason for that is Councillor Jennifer Navard has declared a proximity interest. Item 10.3.2, Draft Local Planning Policy Trees. The reason for that is Councillor Jennifer Navard has an alternative motion. Item 10.4.1 entitled Revocation, Councillor Jennifer Navard, removal of 6 trees planted on the south side of Lake Douglas during winter 2024. The reason for that is an absolute majority is required. Item 10.4.4 entitled Advocacy Strategy and Advocacy Priorities 2025/26. The reason is I've declared a financial and proximity interest and Councillor Glenn Cridland has an amendment. And finally, item 10.4.6, 2025 Western Australian Local Government Association Annual General Meeting. And the reason for that is we need some elected member voting delegates and proxy voting delegates. Councillors, does anyone wish to withdraw any other items for discussion this evening? And that's a no. Okay. In that case, I will now call for a mover and a seconder to carry the following items by exception resolution. Those are item 10.1.2, proposed closure and amalgamation of road reserves near the Collins Street Centre, submissions. Item 10.1.3, endorsement of the city's updated local emergency management arrangements, LEMA, plan and local recovery plan. Item 10.1.4, Department of Creative Industries, Tourism and Sport, Community Sport and Recreation Facilities Fund, CSRFF, Small Grants Program 2025/26. Item 10.3.1, Draft Local Planning Policy 7.2, Significant Views, adoption. Item 10.3.3, Amendment to Local Planning Policies, adoption. Item 10.3.4, Amendment to Development Application, Additions and Alterations to 4 Grouped Dwellings, Lot 22, Number 16 Swan Street, South Perth. Item 10.3.5, Collier Park Golf Course Development Application, Collier Park Golf Course Development Appointment of the construction contractor. Item 10.4.2, Listing of Payments, July 2025. Item 10.4.3, Monthly Financial Statements, July 2025. And item 10.4.5, Proposed Council Meeting Schedule 2026. Could I have a mover, please, councillors? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. Councillor Navard to second. Councillors, does anyone oppose? That's a no. Okay. In that case, those items have just been passed by exception resolution in accordance with clause 5.5 of the City of South Perth Standing Orders Local Law 2007, and the officers' recommendations have been accepted by council. And we will now move on to the reports identified to be withdrawn for discussion this evening. The first of which is item 10.1.1, entitled Draft Heritage List Advertising. Now, councillors, as you know, I've declared a financial and proximity interest in this item, so I will leave the chamber for the duration of this item. But before I do, I'd like to invite the Deputy Mayor to take my place as presiding member for the duration of this item. If someone could please come and grab me after this item is concluded, I'd be grateful. And I'll see you all shortly.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, we're now moving to item 10.1.1, which is the draft heritage list for advertising. Now, how I propose to do this evening is to move and second the substantive motion without having the mover and seconder speak. because I'm aware that Councillor Prendeville has an amendment, and then it's my intention to move to the amendment should you wish to move it and have a seconder. We'll deal with that with the debate. If that is carried, I understand, or whether it's carried or not, I understand Councillor Cridland also has an amendment as well. So we'll move to that, and then we'll go back to the original motion, either as amended or not, and then we'll have the mover and seconder speak at that time. Okay? Right. Councillors, can I have a mover, please, for the Councillor Officer recommendation? Councillor Cridland, can I have a seconder for the officer recommendation, please? Councillor Navard. Okay, now, Councillor Prendeville, would you wish to move your amendment?
I do, thank you, Ms Deputy Mayor.
Sorry? Yes, do I have a seconder, please? Councillor D'Souza, thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, through the chair. I'll be brief. I'd like to just start by recognising the amount of work and information and everything that we have trawled through and dissected and tried to understand. There's a lot that has gone on with this heritage item, and it's been across many months, and I think some recognition goes to the administration for providing lots and lots of information to us and to the residents, and it has particularly evoked some angst as well for some residents in the community. So I appreciate all the work that has gone into to all of this heritage. My amendment to the substantive motion is that Council adopts the draft heritage list as contained in Attachment A for the purpose of advertising, subject to the deletion of the following places. There are 3 places on here that are private residences: place number 38, 99B Coode Street, South Perth; place number 80, 16 and 18 Hobbs Ave, Como; and place number 85, number 44 Angelo Street, South Perth. My reasons remain the same as the last time I seconded the motion to remove previous properties, or to keep previous properties as their categories, which remains with those properties off the list. I understand the need to preserve what we have and looking after our heritage and preserving the character of our beautiful city, but I'm not willing to do that at the expense of our local families. A person's home is often their main asset. They have sunken their life savings, invested time, money, energy maintaining, and it's possibly one of the biggest things that they'll do in their lifetime. I do not wish to make the owners' lives more difficult and costly. Private property rights are important because they are a foundation of individual freedom, economic stability and democracy. And like I think I said the last time, it's your home, it's your choice. And I believe that's very, very simple. I've outlined some of the reasons, some further reasons on each individual property. And these, a few of these are around the unfortunate situation whereby the resident of 44 Angelo Street was not quite afforded the right to due process to object against the reclassification of their home because they, through administrative errors, never received the communication. And so, and similarly to other residences, it's like I said at the beginning, there's been so much information and it's been very hard to digest for our locals and local families. And I think that we need to protect their future. And I think that's what this amendment does. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prendeville. Councillor D'Souza, do you wish to speak to this item?
Thank you, through the chair. Very briefly, I'm supporting this amendment by Councillor Prendeville primarily on the grounds of procedural fairness. I think it is inherently unfair for a resident to have missed a piece of consultation because their address was changed, and they subsequently have the right to make presentations to this council, as any citizen in our jurisdiction does. And I think the result has left us in a state of having a more fulsome result, given that these presentations have been heard and their concerns have been addressed.
Thank you, Councillor De Souza. Does anybody wish to speak against the item? Councillor Brenda-Brandes, do you have a question?
Thank you, Presiding Member. I have a few questions with regard to this item. Okay, could I please understand, with regard to the clarification on the due process with regard to this particular applicant requesting a recategorisation from a category 2 to a 3, if it was a matter of due process that failed on our part?
Thank you. Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just for clarification, which address? There are 3 that are included.
Yeah, it's the one that's in 44 Angelo Street, I think, was the one where there was a recategorisation of their address.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I have some information. I'll just find it. But effectively, my understanding is that the letter was sent to the original address. It's on a corner. The address was then changed in our rate system. The subsequent letter that was sent advising of the date of the council meeting was not received by the landowner. When the next meeting came about, it was hand-delivered, and at that point the owner became aware of the change in categorisation. So they did receive the initial correspondence advising of the local heritage survey, but they did not receive notification that the matter was to be changed as part of a consideration when the local heritage survey was provided for final adoption.
Great. Thank you very much, Director Shaw.
You have another question?
Yes, thank you, Presiding Member. The reasons provided for this amendment include comments such as not afforded the right for due process, which we've just heard about, the impact of classifications with regard to no opportunity for these amendments, and also without having the ability to object. Would they be valid decision-making for this process, for wanting to recategorise for the listing?
Thank you. Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So in considering the Local Heritage Survey, the Heritage Act 2018 provides that nothing in the Heritage Act itself and those provisions precludes the local government from taking into account any matters not set out in the guidelines. And the guidelines referred to in the Act refer to guidelines for the preparation of preparing and adopting a local heritage survey. So effectively, when Council is considering a local heritage survey, it can consider any other matter, be that property prices or amenity, anything it likes, to preclude something being included on the local heritage survey. When the city is preparing the local heritage survey, it's having regard to cultural heritage significance of the place as defined in those guidelines. When it comes to preparing the actual heritage list itself, those guidelines recommend that in making a heritage list, the local government has regard to the places that are contained within the local heritage survey. However, nothing within the planning regulations prescribes which properties must be included in the heritage list itself. So the city had previously recommended that category 1 and 2 places in the survey be contained within the heritage list. But council could choose to have categories 1 to 4, it could have category 1s only, it can have any iteration of places it chooses.
Thank you, Director Shaw. Do you have another question?
Thank you, Presiding Member, and thank you, Director Shaw. Also, with regard to the reasoning for this amendment, and you've just spoken about the monetary value impacting the homeowner, it also talks to private property rights. would that be valid decision-making criteria with regard to amending these categories?
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, as previously outlined, there is nothing in the guidelines that say that council can't take into consideration any other matter it considers appropriate in determining which places are included in the local heritage survey, which is then being used to inform places on the list. And there are no criteria for which places council can decide to include on the heritage list.
Thank you. Councillor Brenda Brandis, another question.
Thank you, Presiding Member, and thank you, Director Shaw. With regard to the proposed 4 additional amendments recategorising these properties down, can you advise if the City is aware for this amendment, if there was actually any valid decision-making that was based on merit? So in other words, what the independent experts would have undertaken to actually consider the criteria to recategorise these, or are these pure categorisations only at the request of a ratepayer?
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In considering the place, the individual heritage consultant had regard to the cultural heritage significance of the place, and that's outlined in the guidelines as to what matters would constitute cultural heritage significance. In regards to due process, as I've mentioned earlier, the Heritage Act does provide the ability for elected members or the local government to take into account any other matter it considers when determining whether or not a place is included on the local heritage survey or not. So the process that was undertaken by council in considering and adopting the local heritage survey was correct.
Thank you, Director Shaw. You have another question, Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Thank you, Presiding Member. Thank you, Director Shaw. If we had an instance where we had a property that was previously categorised as a Category 3 and this current process is recategorised it as a Category 2, what would be your understanding of the reasons for increasing that categorisation on the property?
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It would depend on the individual place and its cultural heritage significance. There may be new information about the place. So, for example, it may be found that it had cultural heritage significance based on its social value that the City may not otherwise be aware of when considering its previous categorisation. But I would also note that regardless of what the category is on the local heritage survey, this matter is dealing with the heritage list itself, and council can choose to have any category of place on the heritage list. So, for example, a Category 3 place on the local heritage survey, even though the City's only recommended Category 1 and 2 places, council could choose to put a Category 3 place on the heritage list.
Thank you, Director Shaw. Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Thank you, Presiding Member. Thank you, Director Shaw. So, with regard to the categorisation increase, say from a previous 3 to a 2, could that categorisation have been increased, possibly due to the significant loss of other properties, and therefore similar like properties are now becoming more scarce and more important for recognition?
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, that's correct. It would be likely that it would have more weight in terms of its cultural heritage significance being a rare example of a particular place.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, do I have anybody who wishes to speak against the amendment? Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Thank you, Presiding Member. I need not be lengthy with this speech. I am concerned that this process to recategorise specific properties purely at the request of owners has not been undertaken with merit. The independent expert was engaged in order to undertake a very diligent and thorough process with regard to heritage categorisation of our properties. I am not sure any of our elected members would have the ability to undertake that review process. This is definitely not my area of expertise, and I would feel very uncomfortable recategorising something unless I had those skills. The administration have gone through quite an extensive process to engage an expert so that we could undertake this process with diligence. And the categorisation from level 2s to 3s has purely been undertaken because of the perception that these items should come off the heritage list and afford owners more property rights. As we've heard from the administration tonight, quite a few of the reasons in here would not in themselves be valid decision-making criteria with regard to categorisation of these properties. I am concerned seeing valuable properties around the city being removed and replaced. We are losing these properties on a daily basis. And it is really quite important, and it's becoming more so important, and we've heard from Director Shaw tonight that possibly the reason why some of these properties have actually been increased in categorisation is due to recent losses of heritage stock. And it's also really important why people do buy into an area and consider this city their home, because there is a character and a feel that goes with it. And you can look at some of the streets, including Hobbs Avenue and Hovea Terrace, and there's some wonderful specimens, and it's not just one, it's actually a collection, it's a precinct. So again, I feel that there's not been diligent governance in this process to purely amend categories of houses when we've had an independent expert with the skills provide us with a report. I feel that it would be inappropriate to accept this, and for these reasons I won't be accepting this amendment tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Brandis. Councillors, does anybody wish to speak for the item, for the amendment? Councillor Navard.
I really just want to point out that I'm agreeing to it because of procedural fairness. It just makes me very sad that the City of South Perth community doesn't have a very strong feeling towards supporting and conserving its heritage. So other than that, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Navard. Does anybody else wish to speak against the amendment? No? Any councillors wish to speak for the amendment? Councillor Cridland.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. Right. I think I'd like to start off with what Councillor Navard said, which is her regret that the city, I guess as a community, doesn't value its cultural heritage more. Couldn't agree more. And I think when you think about the wonderful parts of Australia where there is an older streetscape or they've maintained a consistent architectural style or streetscape, they're wonderful places to visit. They really have a feel about them. I am going to support this motion for a couple of reasons, but not for the reasons given by Councillor Prendeville. I have no difficulty with the Coode Street property being removed. Sorry, I've got it round the wrong way, the Angelo Street property. Because I think in all fairness, it was very unfortunate that the person did not have the opportunity to know that it was being considered and to have a say, albeit at an early stage, and we are still at an early stage of working out what goes on the heritage list. In respect of these three sets of properties, I had a look at them, and in my view, they are not outstanding buildings that we need to maintain at any cost. I think it is important to recognise that people who invest a lot of money in purchasing in the city do have private property rights, and they should expect that they are able, within limits, to do things with their property as they like. But to the extent that it affects the cultural heritage of the city, where they have a particularly valuable property, no, I think their rights are subordinated. So I don't take quite such a strong view in respect of the paramountcy of private property rights, because I think if you buy into a character area, you're buying part of that feel, the streetscape, the architectural style. And I think perhaps it is part of us developing a view as to the value of these things, which goes to what Councillor Navard said. People have said to me, well, it's more expensive to buy and maintain, and there are limits placed on what I can do with this property. It's going to cost me money. That's a view I don't share, and perhaps it is because I have spent some time out of South Perth, and I have owned properties in the eastern states, one in Victoria and one in Queensland, which were heritage listed, which fit in with the character of their particular suburbs. And I think rather than taking away from their value, they added greatly to the value of the property and just what the whole area looked like. Yeah. But I think we're on the road there. I think the survey was very comprehensive. It's a very impressive set of information for us to start moving forward. But I don't think we can take a huge leap in one go. And I think it is understandable that there are worried people in the community who are worried about, well, you know, I'm not going to be able to change the taps in my bathroom if I get heritage listed. So I think we are part of that process of taking the community with us on this, and I don't think we necessarily need to stir up the whole community over properties which are not outstanding. So for those reasons, sorry, there was one thing I wish to say about the comments made by Councillor Brenda Abrandis. We had a wonderful comprehensive survey put together by a very good expert, but our job is to consider that report. Our job is not to simply blindly accept it. If we are to simply take what city staff or experts provide us...
Councillor Cridland, that's 5 minutes. Can I just move a motion to extend Councillor Cridland's speaking time for an additional 5 minutes? Show of hands. Yes, that's accepted. Thank you. Carry on.
I'm sorry for being prolix. So our job is to actually read the reports, consider it, use our best judgment as to whether or not we accept it in its entirety or not at all, but it's simply not to blindly follow it. And I think you can't say it's not diligent governance when we have all read the survey and we've all made our mind up. And yes, we have listened to community members. It is a valid decision-making process. You can say that perhaps people should have given greater weight to this part of the report, but we don't simply accept things that people put in front of us. It is not good governance to do that. Indeed, it's the opposite. And I apologise for going over 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Councillor Prendeville, would you like to wrap up?
Thank you, Ms. Presiding Member. I'll be really brief. I understand the length and work that went into the whole process, the report, and I respect the process and the experts involved. I don't believe this is just a request from a ratepayer on something that affects the entire community. This is a request from homeowners who own these homes, who bought these homes, invested their money, time and lives into these homes, and it's about their home. And I don't think anyone else has the right to inflict any restrictions on someone's home without their consent. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Prendeville. Councillors, I'm now going to put the amendment to the vote. If you could all please cast your votes. Okay, that has been carried, 5 votes to 1. Those in favour were Councillor Cridland, Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Navard, Councillor Prendeville and Councillor Waugh, and those against were Councillor Brenda-Abrandis. Okay, moving on, Councillor Cridland, I understand you have a further amendment to the now amended motion. Would you like to move that?
Yes, subject to there being a seconder, Madam Presiding Member, yes, I would move an amendment to the now amended substantive motion, and I don't know if it's up on the screen so anyone can see it, so I'll read it out. It's not terribly complex, and the amendment is the Council adopts the draft heritage list as contained in attachment A for the purposes of advertising, and the next bit is the amendment, subject to the inclusion of the following place being place number 34, residence number 426 Canning Highway, Como, otherwise known as Blue Waters.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Can I have a seconder for Councillor Cridland's amendment? Councillor Navard, thank you. Councillor Cridland, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you. I was conflicted about bringing this change because really it probably should have been better raised by myself, and I know I mentioned it in the debate when we were looking at the categories of various properties on the survey, and one of my regrets is that rather than simply speak about it at the debate, I should have raised a motion for its categorisation then. So this motion will not change its categorisation on the local heritage survey. It will remain category 3, which to me, as I said on the night, is a bit strange because the residence known as Blue Waters, at least to myself, is a truly outstanding Art Deco architectural value in Como in particular, and certainly the city of South Perth. It's also got a lot of history to it, its involvement in artistic enterprises and films, and to my view, only the Como Signet Theatre, which of course is not a residential building, is more impressive as an Art Deco exemplar in our city. And I think everyone who drives down Canning Highway sees the impressive building, the Blue Waters, on the top of the hill. And I simply say, to emphasise, the amendment does not change the categorisation of the property, but it will allow, by sending it out for advertising on the draft heritage list, it will allow the owner and the public to make comments on whether it should be included on the heritage list when that comes back here. Now, it may be that the owner is disappointed that they thought, well, you know, we're category 3, we won't be considered. But this building, to me, is just of such exceptional value to the city, culturally, historically and architecturally, that we really should give the good burghers of South Perth the opportunity to see whether or not they have views on it. Certainly, me personally, I think it should be on our heritage list. Sorry, and I apologise for the late bringing of the amendment because that is entirely my fault, and I apologise to everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Councillor Navard, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yes, very briefly. Yes, I agree entirely with Councillor Cridland. I think Blue Waters is quite significant, and its location does advertise it in a particular way, and I would love for people to think about and consider whether it should warrant a more important status. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Navard. Councillors, does anybody wish to speak against the amendment? No. You have a question, Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Member. I do have a couple of questions with regard to this item. Could I please get some clarification as to whether the administration have had conversations with the owners of Blue Water?
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No, not since we advertised the draft local heritage survey.
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you, Director Shaw. Do you have a further question, Councillor Brenda Brandis?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Please go
Mr.
ahead.
Presiding Member. Thank you, Director Shaw. Can the administration please advise on the history of the categorisation of blue waters? I realise you might not have the information on hand, but if you could just advise, has this been previously listed, and if so, has it been changed in listing?
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It was previously drafted as a Category 2. It was then modified as part of the amendment by Council when considering the local heritage survey to a Category 3. So historically, it has been considered a Category 2 place.
Thank you. Councillor Brenda Brandis, a further question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Presiding Member. Thank you, Director Shaw. Just one final question. So if this property was categorised as a Category 2 previously, and that's the only, I'm expecting, independent assessment that's been done to categorise as a Category 2. And we've also heard tonight twice from two of my fellow councillors, this is quite an outstanding Art Deco property. Would it not be appropriate to be categorised as a Category 2?
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So you can have any category of a place on the heritage list because it's a separate process to the local heritage survey. My advice would be that after Council has considered the heritage list for final adoption, any place that was a Category 3 that has been included in the heritage list, Council could request the CEO undertake a place-specific review of that place on the local heritage survey to change its categorisation to reflect being included in the heritage list.
Thank you, Director Shaw. Do you have any further questions? No. Councillors, does anybody else have any? Councillor Prenderville, you have a question?
Thank you, Ms. Presiding Member. I just had a question. Would it be worth referring back to our heritage expert who put the report together as to some further clarification on this property and why it was changed back to a Category 3, and if there are things it could back, move up a category?
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The independent heritage consultant didn't undertake further assessment on the property because it was considered to be appropriate to be a Category 2. The reason it was changed to a Category 3 was as a result of an amendment, I believe, by former Councillor Coveney on the basis of it being a private residence.
Thank you. Councillors, does anybody else? Councillor Brenda Brandis?
Sorry, Ms. Presiding Member, just for the clarification. So currently as it stands, Blue Water is not on our list, and Councillor Cridland is actually adding it to the list because it was omitted.
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Council does not have a heritage list. It has a local heritage survey. It's currently contained as a Category 3 on the local heritage survey, and for that reason the city hasn't recommended it for inclusion in the heritage list because the city is only recommending Category 1 and 2 places.
Thank you, Director Shaw. Councillors, does anybody who hasn't spoken wish to speak to this amendment? No? Okay. Councillor Cridland, would you like to wrap up?
I need to say that really, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa, because I should have moved an amendment when there was a motion to move this from 2 to 3, and then I wouldn't have to do this tonight. And then having done this tonight, I should have brought it to all of you earlier. So what we're going to end up with, if you support me and the motion gets up, is simply a Category 3 on our survey, but it's going to be on the list for the purposes of consultation by advertising. And during that advertising, people, public owner, get the opportunity to have another say on whether or not they agree with me, and it is pretty exceptional, and Councillor Navard, or whether they think that it's really not that important to go on the list. But I wish I'd done this earlier, is all I'd say in winding up.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Okay, councillors, I'm going to put the Councillor Cridland's amendment to the vote. If you could all please cast your votes. Thank you, and that has been carried unanimously. Okay, councillors, now we revert to the officer recommendation as twice amended. Councillor Brenda Brandis, I understand that you moved the officer recommendation. Oh, Councillor Cridland, my apologies, sorry. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Just that this has been a very comprehensive process. It's taken a long time. People have been very interested because it's a fairly new thing, and people are concerned, worried, and from all sorts of perspectives, in particular the people whose properties have been considered, but also I think there's a fair amount of community concern, which is building and growing, about a desire to maintain our cultural heritage, and this is an important step forward of giving everyone another opportunity to have their say, so that we will have a refined list when it comes back to council. That's all I wish to say.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Councillor Navard is seconded. Do you wish to speak to the officer recommendation as amended? Thank you. Councillors, does anybody wish to speak against the item? No. Councillor Brenda Brandis, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Member. I've got a couple of questions on this item. Can the administration please advise what was the cost for the independent expert to undertake this review? From my initial understanding, I understood it was going to cost around about $80,000 for this piece of work, but it might have come in less. Could I have an understanding as to how much this work cost, please?
Thank you. Director Shaw?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd need to take that one on notice.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brenda Brandis, you have a further question?
Yes, thank you, Director Shaw. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Member. With regard to the amendment for Hovia Terrace, Hovia Avenue, I think it is, can you advise how many properties would have been affected by the amendment to recategorise those properties? Because I know there's not a number, it's actually just generally talking to Hovia Terrace.
Thank you. Director Shaw?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Hovia Terrace was considered as part of the local heritage survey, but I would need to take that on notice to determine how many properties were in the grouping.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Shaw. You have a further question, Councillor Brenda Brandis?
Not for the moment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, councillors, does anybody wish to speak for or against this item? Councillor Brenda Brandis?
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Member. I am speaking against this item again for the same reasons I spoke to this evening. We've had a significant number of properties that have actually been recategorised, and the recategorisation again has been based on desires as opposed to an independent expert's report. The city did go through a process, a diligent process, to actually engage an expert to undertake the categorisations. I'm concerned we've spent quite a bit of money with regard to engaging in, an expert to undertake this work, only to find that we have just amended a significant number of categories. So looking at the number of properties that have been recategorised by the former councillor Coveney, there appears to be about 14 properties, not to mention Hovia Terrace, which I'm guessing there could be a couple of dozen properties on that street. And then again tonight, I think we've had another 5 properties as well amended. So a significant number of properties have all been amended, and I'm concerned when we engage an independent expert to undertake a piece of work, and they have the skills, that we just amend without any merit. And I'm concerned that a process wasn't undertaken to actually really assess the character, the quality, the features and the attributes of these properties, but it's been based more on emotion. The recategorisation of some of these properties has actually increased over a period, and as we've heard tonight, that may very well be due to the fact that we're actually losing properties. And therefore, what stock we do have is considered even more important than now. And the community concern is growing, and we've heard that from our councillors as well. I'm not sure the reasoning could be justified as, you know, it's councillors not taking the report into regard. You know, I think councillors probably have considered the report, but weighed it up against pressure from members of the community. And sometimes we do need to make these really tough decisions and consider preservation of that heritage culture as a whole. I'm just concerned that we've gone through a process. We have had a workshop on this. We have engaged an independent expert and have made wholesale changes to the categorisations. For this reason, this evening, I won't be supporting the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Brandis. Councillors, does anybody wish to speak for this item? Does anybody wish to speak against the item? Okay, Councillor Cridland, would you like to wrap up?
Let's never have the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I think when you've got a decision-making group like council, it's unusual when everyone will think exactly the same way. And it's better to have this list of properties go out for advertising to see whether or not they go on the heritage list as we move this process forward than not. And it may well be that you may, as an individual councillor, have wanted some other individual properties on there. You may not have agreed with previous decisions, but to say that we shouldn't advertise these properties for a heritage list is really to throw out the baby in the bathwater and burn the house down as well, in my view. It may not be what you want, but it's a very, very good step forward, regardless of what your view is on the individual properties that are in there or that have been taken out. So I commend the motion, and I thank the city for an enormous amount of effort on this particular item.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Okay, councillors, I'm now going to put the substantive motion as amended to the vote. Please cast your votes. Okay, and that has been carried, 5 votes to 1. Those in favour were Councillor Cridland, Councillor De Souza, Councillor Navard, Councillor Prendeville and Councillor Waugh, and those against were Councillor Brenda Brandis. Thank you. If somebody could please recall the Mayor.
All right, thank you all for waiting for me. We now move on to item 10.1.5, entitled Amendment to Large-Scale Commercial Event Proposal on Sir James Mitchell Park, Nocturnal Food and Beverage Village in November 2025. Councillor Nevada, I note that you've got a proximity interest in this item. I'll give you an opportunity to leave the room. All right, so for the purposes of the minutes, Councillor Navard has now left the room. Councillors, we have an officer recommendation before us. I haven't received any amended or alternative motions. Would anyone like to move the officer recommendation? Councillor D'Souza, anyone to second? Councillor Brenda Abrandis? Councillors, does anyone oppose this item? Nope. I'll simply declare it carried unanimously then, and if someone could please grab Councillor Navard. All right, I've just had a request for a short comfort break. Folks, so I'll move a motion that we adjourn for 5 minutes. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Cridland, thank you. Councillors, please cast your votes by a show of hands for an adjournment of 5 minutes. All right, that's unanimous. Thank you all. It is currently 7:56. I'll see you all back here at 1 minute past 8 p.m. Right, welcome back everyone. The next item on the agenda for discussion this evening is item 10.3.2, entitled Draft Local Planning Policy Trees. Now, I am aware that Councillor Jennifer Navard has an alternative motion. Councillor Navard, would you like first bite at the cherry, so to speak? All right, in that case, I'll get you to read your alternative motion and then I'll see about a seconder, and if someone's willing to second, I'll give you the opportunity to give your reasons.
Okay. Right. Alternative motion. Pursuant to Schedule 2, Part 2, Clause 4.1 of the Planning and Development Local Planning Scheme Regulation 2015, advertises draft amended local planning policy tree retention as presented to Council at its 23rd of July meeting 2024. So the second component is that Council requests the Chief Executive Officer to present a report on the effectiveness of the adopted local planning policy tree retention, if it's adopted tonight, by no later than the 25th of August 2026 at the ordinary council meeting at that time.
Thank you, Councillor Navard. Councillors, would anyone like to second? Councillor Waugh. Councillor Navard, the floor is yours.
The reasons for the change, members of council last year considered a draft planning policy tree retention in July 2024, but it raised concerns about its potential efficacy and in relation particularly to pruning. We were quite concerned about that. 12 months later, Council has the benefit of knowing of successful trial locations of similar policies implemented in other metropolitan councils that have also been based on the one that we had before us last year, which was the Walga Developed Tree Policy Framework. The Council has endorsed the Urban Greening Strategy 2025, and now we have an opportunity to endorse a policy that will support that strategy by requiring a development application be submitted to the City for the removal of larger trees that conform with the City's proposed tree retention requirements. The draft local planning policy tree retention, which is the one we looked at last year, has already gone to public comment, has addressed feedback provided by the community, and similar policies have been adopted successfully by other metropolitan local councils. This draft policy would therefore be ready for implementation. Where it's possible, it's preferable that metropolitan local governments adopt similar approaches in policy setting for matters that are relevant beyond their own boundaries, and this alternate motion therefore seeks to address this aspect of the City of South Perth's local planning policy process. Thanks, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Navard. Councillor Waugh, you're the seconder. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am strongly supporting Councillor Navard's alternative motion, and my reasons are as follows. This council, over the years, has debated tree policy at length, and for good reason. Our community cares deeply about our tree canopy, about biodiversity, about urban cooling, and about protecting the natural character of South Perth. But they also expect Council to make decisions that are consistent, evidence-based, and that align with best practice across local government. What Councillor Navard has brought back to us tonight is not a radical proposal, but rather it is a return to the draft local planning policy tree retention that was before us in July last year. That policy was based squarely on the Walga model framework, and it had already gone through advertising and community consultation. It had responded to feedback, and it was tested through public comment and has the benefit of widespread support from across the sector. Since then, time has only strengthened the case for adopting it. Other metropolitan councils, as we've heard, Fremantle, Cambridge, Nedlands, Bassendean, Peppermint Grove and Victoria Park, have all moved forward with similar policies. And further councils are presently progressing the adoption of similar policies, being Coburn, Mosman Park, Bayswater, Northern and Claremont. Feedback through Walga indicates that these policies are working well. They are achieving tree retention outcomes without creating undue burden on landowners, and they are providing clarity to both the development industry and to our community. Contrast that with where we find ourselves today. The draft policy put forward by the administration this month is not the Walga model. It risks being weaker, less consistent and less effective than the frameworks already operating successfully in our neighbouring councils. And I am concerned that that may create confusion for developers, inconsistency for landowners and a missed opportunity for our city on this issue. So adopting Councillor Navard's alternative motion is a positive step forward. It would allow us to build on the urban greening strategy that was adopted last month, which this council has already endorsed. That strategy is clear. If we are serious about urban greening, we must protect the larger, established trees that deliver the greatest canopy and ecological benefit. The 2024 draft policy does exactly that. It requires a development application for the removal of larger trees while providing sensible exemptions for minor or low-risk removals. Equally important is accountability. The alternative motion sets out a clear review after 12 months, and that means that we will have the data, evidence and local experience to assess whether the policy is working and where refinements are needed. And this is responsible governance, adopting a proven framework, trialling it in our city and committing to a measured review. So I want to emphasise one more point. Councillor Navard has stated in her reasons that there is no shame in council reconsidering a decision, and in fact the strength of any responsible body is its willingness to reflect and to improve. If we rejected the Walga aligned policy last year, but we can now see with the benefit of hindsight and examples of other local governments that it is the stronger option, then the responsible course is to revisit it, and that is precisely what this alternative motion allows us to do. So, my fellow councillors, this is about more than just trees. It is about consistency across the sector, fairness for all landowners and credibility for this council. It is about aligning our policy framework with the urban greening strategy that we have already committed to, and it is about showing leadership at a time when the community is looking to us for action and not half measures. So I commend Councillor Navard for bringing this alternative back to the table. It reflects, in my view, good governance, sector alignment and a clear pathway forward. So I do urge my fellow councillors to please support this alternative motion and adopt the 2024 draft tree retention policy as the basis for advertising and implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillors, is there anyone who wishes to speak against the alternative motion? Councillor Brenda Abranis. Questions? Okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've got a couple of questions on this item. Could the administration please advise if there are any concerns with adopting the proposal that we had before us last July 2024?
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If I can just clarify one thing after hearing the commentary. The alternative motion put forward is to advertise the draft amended local planning policy tree retention. If council would like to go straight to adoption, then the clause referenced in the alternative motion would need to change. Okay, I can redraft that to change that to straight to adoption. In terms of the advice the city has in respect to council adopting the Walga policy, my comments would be the same that were previously provided last year in regards to the ability to implement the policy and resources otherwise required to do that. The only change from when this was considered in July last year is that the city now has access to the height data for the trees. But the other considerations with regards to what constitutes some tree damaging activity to a regulated tree remains the same.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Just confirming that the alternative motion is now to go straight to adoption. Is that correct? Councillor Navard and Councillor Waugh? Right, okay. Did you have any further questions, Councillor Brenda Abrandis? All right. Councillors, does anyone wish to speak against the changed alternative motion? Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
No, I actually do have another question now, Mr Mayor, if that's all right.
Fire away.
Thank you. So just with regard to taking into consideration a proposed policy, would there be any merit given to the Estate Planning Policy 7.3 version 2, which is the R codes? And in that policy, it talks about criteria for consideration with a height of 4 metres, a trunk diameter of 160 millimetres, and also a canopy, an average canopy diameter of 4 metres. Would there be any merit in using that as consideration, given that's already in the State Planning Policy 7.3?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So in the first part of the question, the regulations provide that if, in the opinion of the local government, a policy is inconsistent with a state planning policy, it must give notice of the proposed policy to the West Australian Planning Commission. In this case, I would say that it's not inconsistent with the R codes, because the R codes is providing for the provision of trees on the site rather than requiring a separate development application for the trees. In regards to whether or not council would like to amend the provisions, it's open for council to choose any parameters it likes within its local planning policy in respect to what would otherwise constitute a regulated tree as defined in the policy. My advice would be that at the very least the height requirements remain the same, because this is something that has been adopted by the other local governments that have considered and adopted the policy to date. And from what I understand, part of the rationale was for consistency with other local governments.
Any further questions, Councillor Brenda Abrandis? All right. I might ask a few questions, and I guess they're to Ms Shaw. Ms Shaw, was the State Administrative Tribunal's decision in Zorsby and the town of Cambridge dependent upon the town of Cambridge having a tree retention policy in place?
No.
Thank you. So, without wanting to labour the point, in other words, did the town of Cambridge's tree retention policy have any effect on the outcome in the Zorsby decision?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No. Tree removal in question as part of that case would have constituted development for the purposes of the Planning and Development Act, regardless of the existence of the policy.
Thank you. So flowing on from that, would the Zorsby decision apply to trees in the city of South Perth, irrespective of whether we have a tree retention policy in place?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Can you take us through the key differences between the policy recommended by the city officers and the policy proposed by the alternative motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, so while there are obviously merits in the WALGA policy, and that was previously provided in the city's officer recommendation in July 2024, the key difference is that this policy seeks to exempt the requirement for tree removal where it meets the requirements of the policy, rather than to require approval. So as I mentioned earlier with respect to the height, the city can now obtain that height data. And when we were considering the previous policy, the city had concerns that with its ability to prove for the purposes of a successful prosecution that the former tree had met the criteria contained within the WALGA policy, particularly as it related to the pruning and the trunk diameter and limb removal. The height criteria with the draft policy on trees is effectively the criteria that would be used to otherwise exempt a tree from requiring development approval.
Thank you. And the final question I've got is, are there any legal impediments to the policy recommended by the city officers?
No.
Thank you. All right. On the basis of that, I'll speak. Councillors, I'm a little bit bemused by the position before us. Depending on how tonight's meeting goes, we might be the local government that has, on the one hand, resolved to remove 6 juvenile trees on public land at the request of a small number of people, while on the other hand, simultaneously imposing a new local planning policy that would require our residents to obtain a development approval to prune more than 10% of the canopy of an affected tree on private land. Does anyone else think there's something logically inconsistent about that? No commentary, guys. It's a rhetorical question. Our community has called upon us to rescind a motion about trees carried at last month's council meeting, and we will consider that revocation motion later on in tonight's meeting. But I do worry that this alternative motion, which has just been changed from advertising to straight up adopting, represents an overcorrection, and I fear it goes too far in the other direction. But I should explain. Why do I say that? Councillors, we have 2 very different policies before us, both dealing with broadly the same issues, but coming at it from very different directions. We all know the recent State Administrative Tribunal decision of Zorsey and Town of Cambridge has created uncertainty for local government planning departments. The Zorsey decision found that the removal of a tree can be regarded as works which require development approval under a local government's town planning scheme. And that wasn't the accepted position previously. Previously, the local governments referred to in the alternative motion passed policies that declared tree damaging activity to a regulated tree to be works that required development approval under our local planning framework. The city has recognised the uncertainty that the Zorsey decision has created for our community and the risk created for local government planning departments. They've taken the initiative and they've created a timely, elegant and effective policy that addresses the issues thrown up by the Zorsey decision. And I've got to be honest, I'm impressed with their initiative, foresight and work in this regard. Now, what's this risk to the community that I mentioned before? What's the risk to our town planning department? The risk to our community is that the Zorsey decision isn't terribly clear about exactly what trees are protected. There's not much guidance as to when a development application is actually required. Councillors, please remember that a development application carries a fee of $147 each, and that's assuming the applicant doesn't need to incur the costs of a town planner or an arborist to draft or support their development application. Development applications can end up being quite expensive for people. Our residents presently don't have any guidance as to whether development applications are required for a 1 metre tall tree, a 3 metre tall tree, a 5 metre tall tree or an 8 metre tall tree. And at present, there's even, arguably, a risk that someone could be prosecuted for removing any tree, even if they're removing a 1 metre tall tree to replant it somewhere else. Without a guiding policy, we just don't know. And equally, our planning department will start receiving requests from residents as to whether development applications are required for tree removals, as apparently required by the Zorsey decision, but they're also going to start receiving requests from interested members of the community to prosecute residents who have removed trees on their private property without development approval. So far, same team. Without a guiding policy, our officers won't have much guidance onto when to prosecute and when not to prosecute, and goodness knows decisions of this nature shouldn't be arbitrary. So under the circumstances, yes, I agree. Some guidance is now needed as to when a development application is required. In fairness, I think both policies, the officer recommended policy and the policy mentioned in the alternative motion, both provide more certainty in this regard. And in fairness, I think everyone around the table agrees that the Zorsey decision needs a guiding policy. But it's the differences between these 2 policies that should guide which policy we choose to, I was going to say advertise, but implement eventually tonight. I'll start with the policy recommended by the City Administration. That policy is simple, logical, effective and elegant, That's 5 minutes. Would someone be kind enough to move a motion that I be granted a further 5 minutes? Councillor Cridlin, thank you. Seconded by Councillor D'Souza. Councillors, please cast your votes on a motion that I be granted a further 5 minutes to speak. I think we're waiting on one more vote. Councillor Navard, thank you. Okay, that was unanimous. So thank you, councillors. I appreciate the indulgence. There's no legal impediments to the implementation of the City Officer Recommendation Policy. It's easy for our community to understand and it avoids subjectivity as much as practicable. It's also been drafted with full knowledge of the findings in the Zorzi decision. And these are all good things. They're hallmarks of a good policy. Now, let's look at the policy proposed by the alternative motion. The seconder mentioned that this decision is about consistency across the sector, but I note that there's 139 local governments in Western Australia, and if 6 local governments have adopted something like this policy, there's still 133 that haven't. But we know there are problems with this policy because they've been discussed previously. The alternative motion policy attempts to regulate the pruning of significant trees, and I do understand why the old Wauga policy tried to do this, but those provisions are undeniably problematic. Under the policy that we're considering right now, our residents can't prune more than 10% of the canopy cover of a regulated tree without development approval, and they can't change the overall shape of the canopy without development approval. And councillors, speaking as one of the many residents in our community that necessarily trim their trees every year away from gutters, away from rooftop solar panels, away from our neighbours' fences each year, I can tell you that I absolutely prune more than 10% of the canopy cover of some trees each year, and I absolutely change the overall shape of the canopy of some of those trees each year. That's kind of the point. If I didn't change the shape, I wouldn't be getting them away from my neighbour's fence line. So I don't have much of a choice about that. I love the trees in our backyard. My family loves the trees in our backyard. But maintaining those trees sometimes requires pruning more than 10% of the canopy cover, and it sometimes requires changing the overall shape of the canopy. The members of our community who find themselves in the same boat shouldn't have to shell out for a development application each year or risk prosecution by their own local government. Councillors, I have a lemon tree. My family loves our lemon tree. The kids collect the lemons every year and we use those lemons to make lemon curd and lemonade and other lemon-based treats. It's something we all enjoy doing, and I'm sure it's something that many other families enjoy doing. But last year, our lemon tree was infected with citrus gall, and I had to heavily prune our lemon tree to save it. And I did save it, but I absolutely went beyond the exemptions listed in the alternative motion policy because it was a very big tree, and even at 6 foot 4 inches tall, standing on my ladder in the backyard attempting to safely operate a chainsaw, there were parts I couldn't reach. Not all of us are professional tree loppers, and not all of us can afford professional tree loppers, or town planners or arborists to assist with our development applications. We're just ordinary people trying to maintain our gardens as best we can. But if the policy recommended by the alternative motion that we're proposing to put in place right now had been in place, I would have been at risk of being prosecuted. The definition of maintenance pruning says we can only remove dead or diseased wood. Well, I removed more than that. I didn't have a choice. Interpreted strictly, I would have breached the alternative motion policy because I didn't have a development approval to remove more than just dead and diseased wood. And councillors, my experiences are not unique. There would be thousands of people in this district in a similar situation, and I can't in good conscience subject them to the liabilities that this alternative motion would create. Now, councillors, please make no mistake. We haven't had much notice of this alternative motion. We haven't had a councillor workshop on it. We haven't had the opportunity to properly assess the risks associated with it or the unintended consequences it might create. I've only got 10 minutes to make the case against this alternative motion, and it is not enough time to do the case justice. I've done the best that I can at short notice and in the time available, but please make no mistake, what I am saying is by no means comprehensive or exhaustive. This is the danger in making policy on the run. This is not the first time I've warned Council of the dangers associated with making policy on the run. Please, councillors, let's be guided by the City Administration. Let's advertise the policy that our officers have drafted and recommended. If we really want to revisit the old Wagga policy, let's do so at a council workshop where we can discuss this properly. I'm voting against the alternative motion and I'm foreshadowing the officer recommendation. Thank you. That's me. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favour of the alternative motion? Question, Councillor Brenda Abadis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can the administration just clarify, this alternative motion does not cause any concern with regard to its application, apart from possibly the administration, as we've been advised earlier, that it might become more administrative to actually manage, taking note that if we have nothing in place, the administrative burden would be even more. Thank you.
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The City's preference is to have guidance on the matter either way. So our preference is to have some clear parameters around what the City would consider requires development approval when it comes to trees on private property. And the reason being is because as a result of the Zorzi decision, all development could constitute works that require approval. In terms of its implementation, I've just reviewed the regulations and we're confident that it can be adopted. And the reason being is because under the planning regulations, it says after the expiry of the period within which submissions may be made, the local government must review the proposed policy in light of any submissions made and resolve to either proceed with the policy without modification or proceed with the policy with modification or not proceed with the policy. So the regulations are silent when it comes to the expiry period between when submissions were made, which is obviously around June last year, and when council can otherwise adopt a policy. In terms of its practical implementation, my concerns were in respect to matters related to limb removal and the like, and I can provide an example if it's beneficial for council. So under the Wagga policy, a regulated tree means a living tree that in the first instance is 8 metres or more high. Tree damaging activity means, and it includes, the severing of branches, limbs, stems or trunk of a tree. Based on those requirements, you could be in a situation where you have a tree that is more than 8 metres in height, where a landowner may cut a limb off that tree, and that could be considered development, to which development approval is required. And that's the type of circumstance where the City would be concerned that it wouldn't be able to gather sufficient evidence for the purposes of a successful prosecution. The second concern that I had in respect to that was in relation to the findings in the Zorzi case. The existence of the Town of Cambridge's policy, which is effectively the Wagga model, wasn't the basis for that being considered development. It was the basis that the tree was considered significant in the landscape and the context, and that City Beach was a garden suburb that otherwise had high level of amenity when it came to trees. It hasn't yet been tested that something like cutting a limb off a tree otherwise constitutes development. Including that within a local planning policy would be council's position on the matter, and we would undertake action in accordance with that local planning policy, but that could still be tested. So that's just the circumstances behind it. So our primary concern is around our ability to properly enforce a policy if it's adopted by council.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Brenda Abadis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Director Shaw. With regard to the administration's proposal, we discussed at the agenda briefing the possibility of the requirement to actually revoke the previous decision last year based on the similarity of the criteria, notwithstanding the circumstances being quite different. With regard to the criteria that has been listed here as the city's recommendation, do you consider that if it was only to be amended, for example, for the canopy cover, that would actually still be a better outcome than adopting the proposed Welga template from last year?
Ms. Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Our preference is for an exemptions policy, just in respect to the ability to actually administer that policy. But if council adopts the Walga model template, we will obviously do our best to administer that policy. I did mention when council was considering the matter in July last year that there may be some resource implications associated with that. The benefit of the alternative motion in part 2 is that we can report on the effectiveness of the adopted local planning policy, and I would intend to include our ability to administer that policy as part of that report should that alternative motion be adopted. Including canopy in terms of its width is easier to measure. As I mentioned earlier, our primary concern is around some of the other criteria that's contained within the Walga template to do with the pruning of the tree and matters related to removing limbs and the like. Whereas the draft local planning policy for trees is an exemptions policy. So effectively anything under 8 metres that wasn't otherwise as part of a bushfire management plan and the like could just be removed without requiring any sort of development application.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Councillor Brenda Abratis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Director Shaw. For the alternative motion tonight, I don't have a copy of last year's proposed local planning policy that wasn't provided with this alternative motion. So I'm hoping the administration might be able to advise. We did have conversation previously about the criteria being and, or, and my concern was at the time last year whether it would be read that the criteria would be considered separately, independently, or if it was an and. Can you clarify, please, could the administration please clarify if the criteria are going to be considered independently or if they still were in unison?
Ms. Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So in terms of the change, I have the former policy here. It has and or in the criteria, and I'll just compare to the model template. And it is the same as Walga's model template in terms of the provision of and or to both regulated tree and tree damaging activity. The change that was made to the policy as it was presented to council in July last year included palm trees as an exemption. There was commentary on the night with respect to removing provisions to maintenance pruning, but that was not considered as part of what was presented. So the policy that council would be considering for adoption is effectively the Walga model template as drafted, with the addition that palm trees would be exempt.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the alternative motion? Councillor Brenda Abratis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am speaking in favour of this item tonight, as we have tried on several attempts to actually deal with our tree issues, and last year in March, the Ordinary Council meeting, we had the proposal to have a local planning policy for protection of trees, which failed. There were proposals to actually amend some of the criteria, including the pruning of trees and also the exempting of citrus trees and fruit trees to actually address some of the concerns and issues that were raised by elected members. Again, that policy did not proceed. Tonight we're back again discussing trees, and albeit for very different concerns, and now obviously the concern is for the additional burden, unnecessary burden that would be placed on the administration. As the administration have indicated, they need direction, they do need a policy, they do need something to actually work with. And unless we actually accept the policy tonight, I think we're going to be in a very awkward situation where it would become quite confusing for owners of properties and also development on properties with regard to tree removal. I don't necessarily agree that we're going to get the best outcomes with regard to adopting last year's policy, but I am actually quite keen that we actually do have something in place to make it manageable and workable for the administration. So tonight, for these reasons, I'm going to be supporting this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Councillors, is there anyone else who wishes to speak against the alternative motion, bearing in mind that I've foreshadowed the officer recommendation? Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think you've got it right on this one. I think Director Shaw has done a good job in proposing this policy on such short notice. Certainly, Zorzi has changed the landscape we're in, so it's not tenable for us to have nothing in place. So I agree with all of you on that. I do think exemption is the right approach. The Mayor's alluded to the risk we face in terms of flooding our planning department with applications for things which may be deemed trivial. The risk of prosecuting our own ratepayers should they prune more than 10% off their canopy. I don't know whether these things will eventuate or not, but given this is a fairly new area of policy and Wagga's policy is relatively new, I would like to see how it's implemented in neighbouring councils before further considering this. Not necessarily opposed to the Wagga policy per se, but I think the right approach for now is the exemption approach as Director Shaw has proposed, and further down the line potentially considering a more holistic policy.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the alternative motion who hasn't spoken yet? No? Is there anyone else who would like to speak against the alternative motion who hasn't spoken yet? No. Oh, Councillor Cridland.
Last year when I've gone back to the minutes and the attachments of last year, the 23rd of July 2024. What an auspicious date that was. And I've just had a look through it and I can remember some of the comments made. Some of them haven't come true because we know that circumstances are different. At that stage, we were told, and I think you might have said, Mr. Mayor, that we probably needed $500,000, another 4 staff. But there were some comments that you made which I think still do apply, and those relate to matters that you have covered. And I think, at least for me, the issue is pruning. I think the thought of under this policy having to make a development application for tree damaging activity which involves the severing of branches, which is what pruning is just not something that I think the community as a whole would accept. I think we might be hanging from some of those branches if we did it, because it just really takes a difference between neighbours if one of the neighbours reports with their camera, you've done 2 prunings and you're only allowed 1 pruning each year. And that first pruning has to be less than 10%, but if you do a second one of anything, well, you're involved in tree damaging behaviour. And when does the year start? Well, it says calendar year, so I guess, get in and get your 10%, because if you come back at all during the rest of the year, you're in trouble. I think if the policy didn't include the tree damaging activity, I wouldn't have the difficulty I do, but I can just foresee difficulties with people going, I'm not making a development application to the city to prune my bloody tree. and there will be neighbour disputes. So for me, I think that's the guts of it. I think Zorsey is a very interesting case. It's brought things back to the news and the attention of council, although, believe it or not, we actually have other tree things on the agenda tonight. So I think it will be good. There were other comments made last year which were, right, it's not something for us in council to do. It's time for the state government to have a consistent position on trees on private land. Well, that was the approach we took in July last year. It didn't really work well because other councils adopted this policy. We haven't seen them fall apart, but I still don't think our community will accept tree damaging activity as something that needs to be regulated by development approval. I think it would be good if the state government stepped up and did something, and maybe Zorsey's going to cause them to finally do something, because certainly they should. Heard a very interesting bit on the media today on the ABC. Sometimes it is interesting, and had a local, Belinda Maharich, who's a well-respected environmental lawyer, talking about the Zorsey decision. And one of the things she said, which was interesting, I thought, it's that comes out of Zorsey, is that there may well be a whole heap of other things that are involved. It may not just be chopping down big trees that you need a development approval for. Potentially, even planting a tree maybe works. So there is a whole heap of uncertainty, and I think if we adopt this, we're not going to deal with all of it right now. And I don't think we should fool ourselves that we are. I think we just need to deal with what we can and say that, yes, the state government has not done what it should, but I think it will have to as a result of Zorsey. So, yes, I'm concerned by tree damaging activity, and that for me is the killer.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak either for or against the alternative motion who hasn't already spoken? No. Okay. In that case, Councillor Navard, you've got 5 minutes if you would like to take them to rebut any arguments made during debate.
I guess the only point I'd make is that the other policy, possibly with flaws, is ready for implementation. One of the anxieties we had last year in rejecting it was the fact that there was the risk that with a policy of that kind in the offing, people would go and remove their trees as a safety factor. With this, we can implement it right away. It may have its flaws, but there's always the capacity to adjust along the way. That's not unusual, but at least we'll have started implementing something to do with tree retention. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Navard. I'm now putting Councillor Navard's alternative motion to the vote, noting that I've foreshadowed moving the officer recommendation if the alternative motion is not successful. So, councillors, please cast your votes. All right, the votes are in. Councillor Navard's alternative motion has passed 4 votes to 3. Those in favour were Councillor Andre Brendera-Brandis, Councillor Jennifer Navard, Councillor Hayley Prendeville and Councillor Bronwyn Moore. Those against were Councillor Glenn Cridland, Councillor Blake D'Souza and myself, Mayor Greg Milner. We now move on to the next item to be withdrawn for discussion, which is item 10.4.1, revocation. Councillor Jennifer Navard, removal of 6 trees planted on the south side of Lake Douglas during winter 2024. I do note that an absolute majority is required for this motion to be successful. Councillor Navard, I assume you'd like to move this one?
Yes, please.
All right. The text is in the agenda, so you don't need to read that out.
Good.
Would someone like to second Councillor Navard's motion? Sorry, the motion that Councillor Navard is moving. Councillor Andre Brender-Brandis, thank you. Councillor Navard, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. The use of private property and the use of public land held for public good are separate issues, and how they might successfully coexist is part of this problem. It's not simple. Planning Policy 7.2, access to views of significance, does not apply in this context because it only relates to contentions that may arise with private properties. The Council recently voted in favour of a motion to remove recently planted trees from some public verges in Cygnet Cove, where some residents and or their neighbours were able to have recently planted trees removed at the cost to the public purse. Foliage cover is variable and predicted growth may be hampered by periods of extreme heat, increasingly low rainfall and pest attack. Vigilante attacks on public trees are relatively common and represent a recognisable annual loss to the city tree planting initiatives. The foliage cover on public land has not increased above 16% for some years. However, the treescape adjusts continuously with growth, but also natural attrition. Predicting how high a tree may grow on public land and whether a view will be substantially impacted is likely to be a bit of a lottery. However, should a view be substantially impacted, then councillors would not like to see the city locked in a legal battle for compensation from a landowner incurring substantial financial losses at sale of their dwelling. Like so many decisions in council, this issue is not an open and shut case, and therefore I commend this revocation to you in the effort to try and look at the problem in such a way that we understand what all the implications are before we go ahead with any other decisions to do with removing trees from public land.
Thank you, Councillor Navard. Councillor Brender-Brandis, you're the seconder. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support this revocation for the same reasons that I didn't support the motion to remove the 6 trees. This sets a very dangerous precedent whereby people can request trees be removed purely for preservation or potential preservation of views through public land. Probably one of the most frustrating things with the motion that was actually brought to council is that this is an example of where the administration's function in undertaking their work is prevented or made quite difficult with regard to having to now consider individual objections for the removal of trees. The administration have been set with strategic plans to deliver, and they undertook a process of consideration as to the appropriate trees that should have been planted there in the first place. Only one of those 6 trees would have had a height limit which would have been considered quite significant. The remaining 5 trees weren't going to become much higher than about 6 metres in height. The trees were also specifically chosen, both in species and also locality, to deal with a hydrology issue. The foreshore gets incredibly waterlogged throughout the winter period, and in trying to address some of the water issues, we need to ensure that the environment is intact, and this includes trees as well. I don't know how many people have actually walked down there and realised even on a winter's day that has not been a deluge days before with rainfall, the land is still very wet and sodden. Significant costs have been incurred by the city and ultimately by the ratepayers to initially plant the trees, and the proposal to remove the trees would have resulted in about another $30,000 to actually remove the trees and find homes and then undertake part of a program which wasn't included in the operational activities. The revocation of the motion is important because this is not strategic at all. This is an operational matter, and the administration will be given the mandate to actually undertake planting within their scope and within their plans, and we should not be interfering as much as we do with requesting the removal of trees. We only heard deputations from 3 affected people, I should say potentially affected owners. We did receive comments in the space of about a week and a half of around about 660 members of the community who were opposed to the removal of trees on public open space. The planting of these trees is consistent with the strategy for Node 7. And as I've mentioned earlier, the administration took great care in the positioning that they actually planted these trees. Some of these trees were also planted taking into consideration the loss of existing trees, so trees that had previously been vandalised, so the Columbia calophylla and the Melaleuca. This is public land, and the administration should be able to work within its remit to actually plant trees on public land. Bearing in mind, prior to this evening, we didn't have any other consideration to give with regard to trees on private land. So this was a major concern that, on the one hand, we weren't able to deal with trees that are actually on private property, but we were making a determination with regard to the planting of trees on public property. So tonight, I'm supporting this revocation because it's appropriate that we do need to listen to the community, and the community have spoken out quite loudly. We've only heard from 3 landowners who have made deputations with regard to views. And for this reason, I would encourage my fellow councillors to support the revocation and allow the administration to undertake their mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Councillors, would anyone like to speak against the revocation motion? No, okay. Councillor Wall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am opposing the revocation this evening. Last month, the Council resolved to relocate 6 saplings and replace them at this node with approximately 135 square metres of sedge planting, and to schedule a workshop in January so that we can finalise a consistent citywide approach to vegetation on public land. And the revocation tonight would unwind that approach. So my reasons remain. They are straightforward and they are grounded in orderly and proper planning. First, alignment with endorsed plans. The 2001 Foreshore Management Plan and the 2015 Foreshore Management Plan, developed jointly by the state government, the Swan River Trust and the city, are the documents that our community reasonably expects us to follow. On my reading, the 6 saplings at this specific location are not identified in those plans, whereas sedge planting at this node is consistent with the objectives for Node 7 in the 2015 plan. Until those plans are amended through proper consultation and the appropriate state partnership, the city ought not to unilaterally rewrite them ad hoc. Second, ecological function at this node. I have taken independent advice, as I am entitled to do. And the advice that I have received is that 135 square metres of sedge in this location delivers greater ecological benefit than the 6 lap saplings. This is because sedge helps to stabilise banks, filter runoff, improve water quality and support wetland fauna. None of that is anti-tree. It is simply the right treatment for this node under the plan. And to be clear, this is not a loss of canopy, it is a relocation of canopy to a more appropriate place consistent with the foreshore plans. We can and we should plant trees where the plans say trees belong, and we should use sedge where sedge belongs. Third, legitimate expectations and governance. Our community is entitled to expect that the city will act consistently with its endorsed strategies, especially state-endorsed foreshore plans. Unless and until those strategies are formally reviewed with proper consultation, that's precisely why the July decision included a workshop to bring councillors and officers together with a view to updating the policy framework as appropriate, comprehensively, not piecemeal. I have listened very carefully to the deputations both last week and last night. I am aware that many residents feel very deeply about trees, shade, habitat, heat mitigation and good governance, and I agree with those ends. But I respectfully say that the means matter too. The choice isn't trees or sedge. It is trees in the right places and sedge in the right places, as our plans already contemplate. Upholding the July decision does not set a precedent to remove trees for views. My reasons do not rely on views. My reasons rely on 1, the 2001 and 2015 Foreshore Management Plan, 2, the intent of Node 7, and 3, independent ecological advice about the right treatment at this node, paired with relocation of canopy elsewhere so that we do not go backwards. Some have also raised cost. Whatever the final figure, the governance test is whether the spend aligns to endorsed strategy and achieves measurable ecological outcomes. In my view, this does. And to ensure transparency, I would also support a short report back on actual delivery costs and maintenance so that the community can see the numbers. And finally, the January workshop is the venue to settle the bigger questions, like how we co-design planting within our planning framework and with residents around our river, how we map shade and canopy targets, and how we avoid future flashpoints such as these. So let's do that property, if possible, with the state agencies who are our partners in the foreshore. So for these reasons, I cannot support the revocation. I support upholding the July 2025 decision to relocate the 6 saplings, deliver 135 square metres of sedge at Node 7, and get the January workshop done so that our framework is clear, orderly and community endorsed.
That's 5 minutes, Councillor Waugh. Oh, you're done? Okay. All right, thank you, Councillor Waugh. Ms Amprimo, I guess I might ask a question. Was the planting of the 6 trees inconsistent with the city's strategic documents?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the officer comment is contained within the notice of motion report, and the city believes that the planting was not inconsistent with the adopted plans.
Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the revocation motion? I will. Councillors, for convenience, I'm going to refer to the motion brought by former Councillor Coveney at last month's meeting as the tree removal motion, and I'm going to refer to the revocation motion before us right now as the revocation motion. I'm speaking in favour of the revocation motion, and I thank Councillor Navard for bringing it. Our standing orders say that an elected member is not to reflect adversely on a decision of council, except on a motion that the decision be revoked or changed. Well, thank goodness for that, because I've been biting my tongue for an entire month now. Councillors, the decision made at last month's council meeting was contrary to the city officer recommendation. It was not consistent with our brand new urban greening strategy, and it was not what our community expects of us. The outrage from our community and the adverse media coverage that we received was, with all due respect, entirely predictable. As you all know, I spoke against the tree removal motion last month, and I stand by the arguments that I made then. I won't repeat those arguments chapter and verse tonight, but a quick refresher might be in order. First reason. The first reason that I gave for opposing the tree removal motion was that the tree removal motion was knee-jerk and reactive and for the benefit of a very small number of people. The reasons given in the original version of the tree removal motion stated that, open quote, I have been contacted by and met with over a dozen residents on Jubilee Street who are concerned about losing their $1 million views of the Perth CBD skyline, close quote. Now, I said last month that I don't doubt that those dozen Jubilee Street residents are genuinely concerned about the effects that those 6 trees will eventually have on their views. I'd said that. But I did say, and I still say, that we have a duty to act in the long-term best interests of our community as a whole. And our community does seem to be rather unhappy with the decision we made last month. Second reason. The second reason that I gave last month for opposing the tree removal motion was that the motion was short-sighted and was likely to cause more problems than what it would solve. And councillors, I do think that subsequent events might just have vindicated me on that one. I pointed out that if we passed the tree removal motion, we would be forced down one of 2 paths. The first is that we continue to remove trees every time someone asks us to. And I said I wouldn't support that, and I still say that today. The second path is that we remove trees for some people, but not for others. And that's very hard to justify in terms of consistent decision-making. I noted that if we're seen to be inconsistent in our decision-making, there may well be adverse, maybe unfair, perceptions about why some people are favoured, but not others. In short, councillors, passing the tree removal motion created a very unfortunate and very problematic precedent, one that we have an opportunity to erase tonight. Third reason that I gave last month for opposing the tree removal motion was that the motion undermined already agreed plans and strategies that were for the benefit of the wider community. I went through a few of them at the last month's meeting, but the most obvious example is the urban greening strategy that was literally passed by council at that very same meeting. And as noted from deputations from our community last week, our urban greening strategy says that our strategic priorities include protecting existing trees and that removing trees on city land is considered a last resort. That's a direct quote, folks. Councillors, some people might just argue that breaching our brand new urban greening strategy before it was even a day old is a tad problematic. It's not good practice, and it certainly isn't good governance. This decision is about values, and specifically, what value do we place in our own strategic and governance documents? Fourth reason I gave last month for opposing the tree removal motion is that we, meaning the elected members, are not the experts in the room on these issues, and I mean no disrespect by this. But the fact of the matter is that city officers very often have knowledge and experience that we elected members do not. And that is exactly why they're paid to advise us and why we would be wise to listen. It's not the first time I've made this point in this chamber. That's 5 minutes. Would anyone be kind enough to grant me a further? Councillor Brenda Abrandis moved, seconded by Councillor Waugh. Thank you. Councillors, please cast your votes. And that was unanimous. Thank you all, councillors, for the indulgence. Last month, Dr. Sue Gilliard said that, open quote, on the matters of good governance, we encourage councillors to understand their constituents' concerns early and engage collaboratively with city officers and consultants prior to draft proposals being put forward. And I agreed then and I agree now. At the risk of repeating myself, there have been a number of councillor-led motions in the last 16 months or so that have either been raised without consultation with the city administration or that have disregarded the advice of the city administration. And yes, quite right, council's role absolutely is to set the strategic direction of the city, but in doing so, we should be listening to good advice. Low-level planting. I do note that Councillor Waugh has pointed to the low-level planting that was added to the original version of the tree removal motion. I have no problem with low-level planting in general. It's part of our urban greening strategy. My kids and I joined the city staff and community volunteers a few weeks ago to plant seedlings and sedges and rushes at the Elderfield wetlands. We've been doing that for many years now. But I would make 2 points about the low-level planting that was added to the original version of the tree removal motion. The first point is that we should be guided by the city administration as to where any such low-level planting should take place. That's an operational decision. We shouldn't be bringing motions saying where it should go. The second point is that low-level planting, the low-level planting that was part of the tree removal motion, it's not the part of the tree removal motion that our community finds so objectionable. It's the removal of the 6 juvenile trees at the behest of a small number of residents that our community is so outraged about. So, conclusion. The tree removal motion never should have been brought to council, but it was. The council never should have passed the tree removal motion, but we did, albeit by 4 votes to 3. They do say the third time's the charm, and I genuinely hope it is, because this issue has already consumed an enormous amount of time, capacity and energy for elected members, for the city administration, but also for our wider community. That is time, capacity and energy that could have been spent making this district a better place for our community, but which has instead, with the greatest of respect, been wasted. Our staff have more productive things to do. Our community shouldn't have to go to the lengths that they've gone to for this council to realise that the tree removal motion was a bad idea. But here we are. The past is the past. We can't change it. But what happens next is up to us. The city administration recommended that we vote against the tree removal motion, or more accurately, recommended that we retain the trees planted during the 2024 winter planting season around Lake Douglas. The overwhelming majority of the feedback received from our community to the tree removal motion was opposed to the tree removal motion. Councillors, you're not obliged to listen to me. There's nothing in the Local Government Act that forces you to listen to me. But I do ask that you listen to what the city administration has said, and I do ask that you listen to what our community has said. This is our chance to set right something that council got very, very wrong last month. This is our chance to show our community that we are listening. I'm voting in favour of the revocation motion, and I ask you all to do the same. Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to speak against the revocation motion who hasn't spoken? No? Is there? Oh, Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'll be voting against the revocation motion. I should clarify, my vote tonight is based partly on the arguments made around ecology, but mainly on access to views by all, to the foreshore by all, the general public, and not just the Jubilee Street residents. Access to views by visitors should be for all and not just a select few. It's something I probably should have said at the last meeting, but I'm saying it now. Thousands of people visit our foreshore every year. They come from all over Perth, many interstate, many overseas. Why do they come to our foreshore? The trees, in part, our footpaths, in part, our facilities, in part, and also our great local businesses, yes, in part. But the overriding reason people from all around the state come to our foreshore is the panoramic views of our CBD. And I feel this council might be on the path to gradually erode what makes South Perth so unique. I've been entirely consistent.
Folks, no, sorry, Councillor D'Souza, I do need to interrupt. Folks, please listen respectfully, even if it's an argument that you don't agree with. I want to listen to Councillor D'Souza. I'm sure the other elected members do as well, so let's please be respectful.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, I appreciate that. I've been entirely consistent on this topic in my time on council. Preservation of views were discussed during the design of the Men's Street Piazza in 2018, and I supported moves to preserve views then. Not for any specific individual, but for the greater activation of our area and understanding what our South Perth competitive advantage is. Or in July 2023, when it was proposed this council revive a 1960s plan to plant a linked urban forest on the foreshore. At the time, the majority of council, including Councillor Navard, voted against this. So I've been consistent on this, and I totally reject the assertion that I'm doing this for the benefit of quote unquote a select few. Sure, the Jubilee Street residents will benefit from this vote. But my view and my decision is consistent with my previous votes on the Men's Street Piazza and the revival of a proposed linked forest on the South Perth foreshore. I've approached this vote tonight with a similar mindset. I'm all for more trees, but they need to be in the right location. And this idea isn't just mine, it's clearly enshrined in our 2001 and 2015 foreshore master plans, which we have also done in conjunction with the state government. South Perth is the only council sitting directly opposite our CBD with panoramic iconic views, which are our competitive advantages. I dare to say our businesses on the foreshore wouldn't thrive to the level they are if we had something like the 1960s plan of the linked forest on the foreshore proceed. We need to have a mature debate how we plant more trees, and these debates invariably involve compromise. The fact that these trees are being relocated and offset with 135 square metres of planting represent exactly this, a compromise. We reach an unsatisfactory state of affairs when no amount of compromise is good enough. We need to bring perspective to this debate. We have, by some estimates, over 5,000 trees on our foreshore, and relocating 6 saplings isn't going to move the needle. I want to touch again on the argument regarding the use of ratepayer funds. This is something that I've been very passionate about in my 8 years on this council. So I agree, 30k is excessive if this was just for relocating the 6 saplings. But it turns out the breakdown is 27k for low-level replacement planting, again, the compromise I mentioned, and 3k for the actual tree relocation. This, again, comes down, is being reviewed through mid-year review from our operational budget. And there's every chance and every hope, because we've governed the city so well financially, there'll be a positive variation at the mid-year review for us to accommodate this without too much hassle. South Perth's views are our competitive advantage, and I look forward to a future where we can sensibly balance this with tree planting.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the revocation motion who hasn't already spoken? No. Is there anyone who would like to speak against the revocation motion who hasn't already spoken? Councillor Cridland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A revocation motion is a very unusual beast. I've been on council for 16 years. I can only remember, and maybe I'm showing my mental deficits here. I can only recall one revocation motion that was called that in that entire time, and that related to the budget after council had amended the city's recommendation for the budget, and then rapidly realised afterwards that we'd messed up the budget, so we had to revoke that and have a second go at it. From memory, that was about 5 years ago. I don't think there was another occasion. And the reason it is so unusual is because it does, a councillor raising a revocation motion, it does provide the opportunity to reflect badly or adversely on other councillors and the council. And it certainly does give an indication of dysfunction. So it's certainly not something that should be very lightly done. And for those reasons, there are the heavy requirements to get numerous people to sign the application for the revocation and a majority of the whole council numerically to pass it. So in this case, we're looking at revoking a motion with 4 parts that was passed by the council when I wasn't here, so I guess I missed a good meeting. But I have read those 4 parts and I've considered the recommendations of the officers, read as much as I could, I've visited the location, I've done everything but speak to the people in Jubilee Street and have a look at their views that apparently it's suggested that they are losing. So when I have a look at the 4 items objectively that were passed and that are in this motion, the first one is, and this is starting from the bottom, and I think this is by far the most important thing that this council needs to do, and it is a truly important thing that was put up and that council passed, and that is that there be a council workshop to develop a policy on planting trees in public land, because we have had disputes recently in relation to the planting of trees on public land, because there is conflict between users of that public land and nearby residents, and we don't have a policy that guides us to do that consistently in a way that the council is happy with. So that is just an essential thing that we must do, and we should not revoke that. It would be an extremely bad result if we revoke that. The next thing is an adjustment of $30,000, $3,000 of which is to relocate the trees, and $27,000 is to do the next thing, which is plant 135 square metres of low-level planting, which is to be around Lake Douglas and for the purpose of assisting in clearing water, noting that that is something that we have tried to do in several locations around the city to deal with the fact that we have low-lying land which is often waterlogged, and we need to strip nutrients and other material from that water before it goes into the river, which is a really important environmental thing to do. In respect of the costs, $30,000, it sounds like a hell of a lot of money, which is $27,000 for that low-level planting, $3,000 for the relocation. To get that into perspective though, the electors meeting last night cost us $10,000, and the Hurlingham Living Stream project, which the city is doing, which is again doing something very similar to this low-level planting and nutrient stripping, the city is spending $970,000 almost on it. And what is the Hurlingham, what's its goals? Well, one of the goals are to plant low-growing species.
Councillor Cridland, that is 5 minutes. I'll move a motion you be granted a further 5 minutes, seconded by Councillor Waugh. Councillors, please cast your votes. And that was unanimous. Please continue, Councillor Cridland.
Thank you, Councillor. I apologise for being prolix. I think it comes in my nature. And in the Hurlingham Living Stream project, there will be 40 mature native trees, but they are going to be planted in existing groups of trees. And there will not be any obscuring of existing views. So that's what we're doing just down the road at Hurlingham. And I would have thought we would take a consistent approach, and we would take an approach which is consistent with our master plan. So having visited this location, not had a look out of anyone's window, not spoken to anyone there, but what I can see is an open area which is, as I understand it, zoned public open space, which is used as public open space, and there are 6 trees planted in the middle of it. Now, they're not really trees now, they're just little things, up to my hip, and I'm very short. But from little things big things grow, or something like that. Paul Kelly sings something like that. But they will naturally, as they grow, interfere with the fact that families use that area. It is a high-use area, and it will interfere with that. I don't think anyone would suggest that it would be appropriate for us to plant trees out in the oval just behind us here, or, you know, in the cricket pitch, because no, there are right places and less right places to plant trees. And I think these trees are not planted in the right place. As far as views, for me, that is not significant. But I do know that views are really, really important. Councillor Navard and Councillor Manolis, when they got onto council, certainly the views of the foreshore in front of them were very important to them. I can recall Councillor Navard was heavily involved in the petition that was to stop a cafe for the Australian Centre going down in front of her house. And I can remember Councillor De Souza just spoke about it, in respect of how he had taken a consistent approach to not having trees down at the South Perth area, which we have activated with Minderup, I think it's called, near the jetty. Well, and we all remember there was a big 20-metre plane tree which was killed at 3 a.m, very suspiciously, one night. And then we were going to plant some trees down there, and Mayor Milner was very against any big trees down there. It had to be less than 2 metres going from memory. So I guess there are views and views. It's a bit of an Animal Farm sort of thing. Some views are more equal than others. And we have had people ask for trees to be removed. I think we dealt with an issue last year down south in Manning Ward. And it will be good to have a policy so we can actually look at this in a coherent and consistent way, rather than looking at these things in an ad hoc way. So if we revoke this motion, we will be saying no to consistency and more to ad hocery. So I think this is not the occasion on which to grandstand. It's not the occasion on which to run a revocation. I think we just go and say, is this the right place for the trees? I don't think it is. If other people have a different view, that's fine too. It certainly is not setting a dangerous precedent. It is absolutely the opposite of that. To suggest that councillors should not respond to people who contact them is to say that councillors should not be responsive. I have received many emails about many subjects, all of which I read, all of which I consider, and you take some things forward and you take other things you don't. That's what you do as a councillor. And when you consider things, whether it's an application or whether it's something like this, there are some people who are advantaged and some people who are disadvantaged. And the job we have is to take into account the best...
30 seconds, Councillor Quidland.
Sorry, 10 seconds?
30 seconds.
Oh, okay. It's to take into the best interests of all residents, the ratepayers and visitors to the district here. And sometimes people will be benefited. If you're not happy with a childcare centre to go in next door, you will be benefiting people who live next door if you turn it down, but you'll also be disadvantaging those who might use it. It's just the way of making council decisions. Now, I have a lot more to say, but I think I've probably given everyone an idea of why I think the trees are just in the wrong place. And that's why I'm not...
That is time, Councillor Quidland. And for the record, I think you might have misremembered whatever argument you sort of said about my positions in the past. But be that as it may.
I remember you in the Bosque.
Yeah, it wasn't 2 metres, but that's okay. All right. So, is there anyone who would like to speak either for or against the revocation motion who hasn't already spoken? No interjections from the gallery, please. I've got to be fair to everyone. Councillor Navard, you now have 5 minutes to rebut any arguments made during debate if you would like to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, as I said at the beginning, this is a very vexed context. The city would be able to hold a councillor workshop earlier than the 1st of January 2026, and that's in our notes. So what Councillor Cridland was talking about is entirely doable. This is about revocation of this motion, and my greatest concern to do with this is that it's dangerous practice because it looks like grace and favour. And that is definitely where we want to steer away from very, very carefully. I didn't put it in the notes, but that is a prime concern I have on this. Any whiff of thoughts of people being advantaged or disadvantaged financially is a very dangerous way to move. And for that reason, I implore you to think carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Navard. Councillors, I'm now going to put the revocation motion to the vote. Please cast your votes. Okay, the revocation motion has failed, 3 votes to 4. Those who voted in favour of the revocation motion were myself, Mayor Greg Milner, Councillor Andre Brenda-Abrandis and Councillor Jennifer Navard. Those who voted against the revocation motion are Councillor Glenn Cridland, Councillor Blake D'Souza, Councillor Hayley Prendeville and Councillor Bronwyn Moore. So, we now move on to the next item to be withdrawn for discussion this evening, which is item 10.4.4, entitled Advocacy Strategy and Advocacy Priorities 2025/26. I've declared a financial and proximity interest in this item. I will leave the chamber for the duration of this item, but before I do, I'll invite the Deputy Mayor to take my place as presiding member for the duration of this item. If someone can please come and get me after this item is concluded, I'd be grateful. Thank you all and see you shortly.
Thank you, councillors. So now we move to item 10.4.4, which is advocacy strategy and advocacy priorities. And I'll proceed in the same way as we did previously because I understand that we also have an amendment from Councillor Glenn Cridland. So could I have a mover, please, for the officer recommendation? Anyone? Councillor Prendeville. And a seconder, please. Councillor Navard. Thank you. Now, Councillor Cridland, would you like to move or explain initially your amendment, and then I'll ask for a seconder.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. My amendment is, I don't know if it's up on the screen, if anyone can read it. I'll read it out. The Council adopts number 1, the City of South Perth Advocacy Strategy is contained in Attachment A, and 2, the Annual Advocacy Priorities 2025-2026 as contained in Attachment B, and the following is the amendment. Subject to replacing urban greening with urban greening, in particular along Canning Highway. And subject to there being a seconder, I would move that amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Can I have a seconder to the amendment? Councillor D'Souza, thank you. Councillor Cridland, please explain your reasons.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. The idea of an advocacy strategy is a really good one because it allows us to set out to the city as a council and also for the community to understand not only our strategy but what our priorities are for the next financial year. So that's what this document does. We came up with some ideas in a briefing or a workshop, and it did occur to me that there was something that we could change in the focus, which was a real opportunity for us. If you go along, well, perhaps I shouldn't read it out. It might be easier for people to understand. This amendment provides for a directed focus in the proposed advocacy priorities for 2025-26 in urban greening, in particular an increased canopy and improved amenity and streetscape over a substantial area within the City of South Perth, in alignment with the city's key advocacy principles, which are in particular partnerships and value for money. I note that the city is already working with the other inner city councils to address the polyphagous shot-hole borer impact on tree numbers in the city, so it's not that. Canning Highway is a lengthy, noisy, high-volume, high-traffic corridor under the control of the Department of Main Roads rather than the city. As we'd all know, that the western side of that road has an 11-metre road reserve, which is there for the future, I don't know, 50 years' time or whenever they expand the road. And a lot of properties on that side have been purchased, and there is a lot of areas which are in that road reserve which are unattractive, unkempt, devoid of trees, and simply not looked after, which detracts from the look and amenity of the city. Main Roads has recently shown interest in protecting and enhancing the visual outlook and character of major transport routes under its control in the city, and that was notably, and I note that Manager Mullen's not here, but in a recent DAP matter where the Main Roads put comment in on a sign that was proposed by Aquinas that would go out into the Kwinana Freeway, that was opposed by Main Roads on the basis of the impact on the amenity and the need for vegetation in that area. So this amendment provides an opportunity to seek to partner with Main Roads and hopefully their new attitude. I'm sorry, Manager Mullen, I just mentioned the Aquinas side just as you were out. And hopefully we can partner with them and collaboratively plant trees along that much neglected part of Canning Highway, which is under their control, to increase tree canopy, streetscape appeal, visual interest, and reduce noise through screening and mitigate heat impacts, all with the lower social and financial costs and consultation requirements that come with tree planting programs elsewhere, such as on verges outside people's houses who don't want them, or in parks, and noting that if we plant in our parks, as we've seen in the previous item, or down at George Burnett, public open space is then removed from some of its other passive uses. A drive along Canning Highway shows the diversity of vegetation with some very large and impressive, generally eucalypt trees, mainly I think probably on the western side, that greatly add to the attractiveness of the highway. On the other hand, the western side is largely unkempt, truly unsightly, bereft of landscaping, and almost entirely bereft of significant trees. This is an opportunity to improve this area for the benefit of South Perth residents because it has just been so unsightly for so long, and increase tree canopy. The change would reflect Council's position on advocacy priorities for the next 12 months and seek to have a complementary program with Main Roads cooperation to increase tree numbers in South Perth. All the same time while we conduct that policy workshop to get some policy direction and consistency in the placement of trees in the public realm generally in areas which are under our control as opposed to Main Roads. Those are my reasons for this amendment to the substantive motion.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Councillor D'Souza, do you wish to speak to this motion?
Thank you. Through the chair, very briefly. This advocacy strategy is an important piece of work, and I thank Director Catalini for leading the charge on this. It's how we approach all stakeholders, the federal government, the state government, private enterprise, on how we express the city's key priorities. I want to support specifically Councillor Cridland's amendment. I think it's important to be clear on what specifically Council wants to achieve from the urban greening strategy, and we've heard debate tonight. And I reiterate my point, we do need planting. Absolutely, we need planting. But we need it at the right locations, and at locations where we can optimise and enhance areas of our city which are sometimes unloved and sometimes derelict. There are sections of Canning Highway which they don't look like part of the city of South Perth as we are used to perceiving it. So to the extent that this proposal will help plant more trees along Canning Highway to improve the visual aesthetic of that highway, especially among parts which main roads have not necessarily paid great attention to, I think it's a good proposal.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Okay, does anybody wish to speak for or against the amendment? Councillor Brenda Brandis, do you wish to speak or have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Member. I've got some questions on this item. Can the administration please advise if they've engaged with Main Roads before with regard to vegetating and making Canning Highway a greener place?
Thank you. Can I put that to Director Amprimo?
Yeah, thank you, Presiding Member. We haven't currently engaged with them on planting trees in the corridor, no.
Thank you. Another question, Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Member, and thank you, Ms. Amprimo. With regard to the proposal to widen Canning Highway and also the current program of the state acquiring properties for that program, are there any concerns that the administration might have if we planted trees, which would become in their own right significant trees, and maybe, as Councillor Cridland indicated, the widening program could happen in 50 years' time, that the concern would be that we'd actually lose some significant trees, because when a development like that takes place, there's not going to be very much regard given to mature trees.
Thank you. Director Amprimo.
Thank you, Presiding Member. Look, there is a risk that mature trees would be removed, but I would also say that for the period of time we have the trees, they're clearly a benefit, and we don't know what the time frame will be for that corridor to be developed. So obviously, if this amendment was included, we would have those conversations about where it might be appropriate, so we got the maximum value out of any planting.
Thank you. Councillor Brenda Brandis, you have another question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Member. Thank you, Ms. Amprimo. Given this is a main road, what is the city's responsibility for maintaining the verges and providing greenery? So, having listened to the opening speech, there was conversation around maintaining the verges and making them greener. So, what would the city's responsibility be with regard to a main road, and are we able to provide, I suppose, any input into that at this stage, given the uncertainty with regard to the timing of developments?
Thank you. Director Amprimo.
Thank you, Presiding Member. So the city has no responsibility for the road corridor. It's under the care and control of Main Roads WA. So we would need to work through with them if they wanted us to put any intervention there. We would require their approval to do that. And we would have to have ongoing conversations about when they were looking to develop it.
Thank you, Director Amprimo. Do you have any further questions, Councillor Brendan-Brandis?
I may in a few minutes, Ms. Presiding Member.
No problem. Councillors, Councillor Navarre, do you wish to speak to the item?
Ask a question, please.
Yep, go ahead.
Once again, it's to Director Amprimo. I'm a little bit unclear about that. Does it mean that Main Roads has the first say on whether a tree goes onto Canning Highway, or do we go to them for any kind of agreement?
Thank you, Director Amprimo.
Yeah, thank you, Presiding Member. So just to be clear, Canning Highway is under the care and control of Main Roads WA, so the city cannot do anything within that road corridor without the explicit consent of Main Roads WA.
Oh, could I have another?
Yes.
Would Main Roads in general, in terms of their practices, be likely to knock this generous gesture of City of South Perth on the head?
You, Director Amprimo.
Thank you, Presiding Member. We haven't had any conversations with Main Roads at this point in time, so it's difficult to say what they would do. But I would note that this amendment is only seeking to get the administration to advocate for that. So that is something we could do and see whether Main Roads was receptive to it or not.
Thank you. A further question, Councillor Navarre?
If that's the case and we find that it's not an option, would we? How would we then proceed? We just move back to whatever the current ambitions for the tree planting.
Thank you, Director Amprimo.
Yeah, thank you, Presiding Member. So as I interpret the intent of this amendment, Councillor Cridland is asking the administration to advocate particularly for greening along Canning Highway in whatever form that is. If those efforts were not fruitful, then we would simply let Council know how that advocacy had gone and what the result was.
Thank you. Councillor Brendan-Brandis.
Thank you, Ms. Presiding Member. My question follows on from Ms. Amprimo's comment. So the second part to this was that the priorities as contained in Attachment B, subject to replacing urban greening with urban greening in particular along Canning Highway. Can the administration confirm that this intention would be to pretty much focus on Canning Highway with regard to urban greening to the detriment of quite a significant variety of other areas across the city?
Thank you. Director Amprimo.
Yeah, thank you, Presiding Member. So what the advocacy strategy does is it gives the administration some direction from council as to things that they see a particular priority. That doesn't mean that the administration can't advocate for other matters. And also it does include urban greening in particular along Canning Highway, but that doesn't exclude the city from advocating for other aspects of it. So for example, and I believe it's in the elected members' reasoning, makes mention to the work that the city's doing on PSHB with the Inner City Group. That would continue. This amendment doesn't effectively change the other advocacy work that the city's involved with in relating to urban greening. And in fact, it does indicate a general support for advocacy for urban greening.
Thank you, Director Amprimo. Councillor Brendan-Brandis, a further question?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Presiding Member. Thank you, Director Amprimo. So with regard to this in context, urban greening in particular on Canning Highway, does the administration have an estimate as to how much effort they'd be placing on Canning Highway if this became a significant focus. So would this comprise maybe 50% of the program for the year? And also, what are some of the initiatives that the administration feel that they could undertake in conjunction with main roads that would be acceptable?
Thank you. Director Amprimo.
Thank you, Presiding Member. So this amendment is purely asking the administration to advocate for greening along Canning Highway. If Main Roads WA were receptive to working with the city to do that, we would then include for consideration in the annual budget process an allocation to undertake those works, and the scope of that would depend on the budget allocation. So at this stage, we have no scope or indication of what we may or may not do, and given it might be some time before that land is used for by Main Roads, the plantings could take place over an extended period of time too.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Thank you, Director Amprimo. Probably just a final question with regard to this item. So does the administration feel that the urban greening along Canning Highway would maybe have a precedence over other areas, maybe, for example, the South Perth Foreshore or Lake Douglas?
Thank you. Director Amprimo.
Yeah, thank you, Presiding Member. That would be something that would be determined through the budget setting process, and obviously we have a resolution that says we bring it to council policy on what criteria we use for planting trees. So that could direct priorities in certain areas as opposed to others. And it depends on budget allocation. We may have budget to do both. We may have budget to do nothing. That would be a decision of council at a future point in time.
Thank you, Director Amprimo. So I just have a question, just a clarification really. My understanding is that in this amendment, the urban greening in particular along Canning Highway, as Councillor Brandis was speaking to, if those negotiations with Main Roads or advocacy with Main Roads was unproductive, my understanding is it would revert back to just advocacy for urban greening in general, and we would have to lose the Canning Highway. Is that how you would see that? Sorry.
Through the chair, I might answer that. The advocacy priorities as listed in the agenda, those are the ones that we are going to focus on. If the advocacy priority is to go to urban greening, particularly on Canning Highway, and that was unsuccessful, we would have to come back to council to understand what is the new priority, rather than just estimate what the intent is. So I think it would be appropriate to come back to council and say, we've been unsuccessful in regards to this advocacy position. Do you want to change that priority? I don't think it's appropriate for the administration just to assume that it just goes back to urban greening.
Thank you. Councillors, did anybody else have any questions, or did anybody wish to speak either for or against the amendment? Councillor Brandis.
Thank you, Ms. Presiding Member. Yeah, look, I'll speak to the item. Canning Highway is quite an unsightly road. It isn't pleasant. It could do with greening. I am still concerned, though, to what extent the administration might have with regard to their allocation as urban greening, in particular the Canning Highway, to the detriment of other areas that might be part of a program. I am also concerned about, future road expansion, and I know we're talking, decades ahead. But if we do have significant trees that have, reached an age of 50 years, they will be significant trees, and to lose significant trees to road expansion is a problem. I am also concerned about Canning Highway. It is an incredibly busy road. It is a dangerous road. and it has quite a lot of distractions on it as well. And so obviously trying to maintain a green strip, and whether it be the planting or whether it be the landscaping, the ongoing maintenance, the watering, and we do lose a lot of trees due to watering issues over the last summer, the last couple of summers. And so Canning Highway would be an added problem, obviously, because it's quite a hot location with a lot of tar, a lot of vehicles. So those issues do concern me. But yeah, I am comfortable for Canning Highway to get a bit of a makeover if it is going to be suitable to main roads. So I think that will be the test. Yeah, so thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Brandis. Councillor Prendeville.
Thank you, Ms Presiding Member. I'm in favour of this amendment, and I've spoken before about Canning Highway, and I drive down Canning Highway every single day, and there are some really unsightly moments, and we have never been given a date on the expansion, and I'm not sure if that will happen in the near future, if we don't know. So I think some strategic planting is really important, and this stretch of road especially, as it's an entry point to the city of South Perth, and I think currently reflects quite poorly some areas, and I think this is fantastic amendment and can only bring good things. So yeah, fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prendeville. Does any other councillors wish to speak who have not already spoken on the item? Councillor Navard? Sure.
Could I go back to CEO Scott and ask, you're saying if this is passed, we need to then go back and clarify the priorities?
No, that's not what I said. What I said was, if the advocacy in regards to greening, in particular Canning Highway, was unsuccessful, we would seek direction from council in regards to what the new advocacy position would be.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, anyone wishing to speak for or against the item who hasn't already spoken? No? Okay, I'm going to speak in favour of the item, and I've flip-flopped a little bit tonight, but I am supporting the amendment because I think it is sensible, practical, and directs its efforts to where I think they will have the greatest impacts along our major road corridors is one such place. So corridors like Canning Highway are gateways into our city, as Councillor Prendeville said, yet too often they are unattractive, unkempt and devoid of trees and greenery that would otherwise enhance their amenity. Many of the properties along these roads are state-owned and, frankly, they are not kept in good repair. I am somewhat frustrated as it's unclear whether the state government has responded to our calls last year, I think in the October meeting, and potentially another one. So I'm not sure if they've responded to those letters. Oh, the other one was July 2024, where council sought guidance from the state in relation to tree policy matters. What is clear, however, is that we can't wait idly for a reply that may never come. So this amendment, I think, strengthens the position by ensuring that our advocacy is targeted. It specifically directs us to pursue urban greening along Canning Highway in partnership with Main Roads, and that partnership, I think, is essential. Main Roads, as Councillor Cridland said, has recently shown interest in improving the visual outlook and character of its transport routes, and by working with them rather than standing on the sidelines, I hope that we can achieve outcomes that benefit the community, being more trees, more shade, better streetscapes, cooler suburbs, and hopefully more mode shift. There's also a financial reality. Partnering with Main Roads to greening road reserves and adjoining areas could achieve significant outcomes at a lower cost to ratepayers than if we tried to do it alone. So it may reduce the consultation hurdles and duplication that would come with alternative programs, which I think is smart advocacy, aligning our own efforts with the state priorities rather than pushing against them. But I also want to make a broader point. Our role as council is not just to manage what is already within our control, it is to advocate strongly, consistently and strategically to other levels of government. The state government owns much of the land and the infrastructure that shapes the daily lives of our residents, and we can either throw our hands up in the air and we can criticise them for inaction, or we can roll up our sleeves, build the case and continue pressing them to be part of the solution. So Councillor Cridland's amendment does exactly that. It embeds urban greening into our advocacy strategy, identifying a particular focus area to target. It focuses our efforts on areas where the state both has responsibility and opportunity, and it signals clearly to our community that we will not accept the status quo. I am aware that Councillor Brenda Brandis has raised concerns in respect to planting and future removal. However, this is advocacy and it's not planting unilaterally. So my understanding is that we would engage with Main Roads to come to a mutually acceptable outcome that hopefully would not result in a loss of future trees. My understanding is when roads are widened, generally they are widened on one side of the road, not the other. So there is a possibility that trees could be planted on one side and not the other, and they would still be a significant benefit. And in addition, so in respect to potentially not being successful with Main Roads, I know that we also have our own urban greening strategy, which we can unilaterally implement. So those are my reasons, and I think that this is an opportunity for us to strengthen our advocacy, to build our partnerships with the state government and to also improve the look, feel and amenity of our city. So I'm supporting. Thank you, Councillor Brenda Brandis. Yes?
Thank you, Ms. Presiding Member. With the consultation that was undertaken with the community through the urban greening strategy, I'm interested to know how much weight the community actually gave to Canning Highway as a location for greening.
Director Ramprimo.
Yeah, thank you, Presiding Member. We broadly undertook the engagement process, grouping areas into foreshores, parks and reserves, streetscapes, and at one point we did separate out the different foreshores, but we didn't specifically identify Canning Highway, so I suppose we led the engagement in a way that was broader rather than location specific. I don't recall Canning Highway coming up specifically under urban greening, but it does come up quite regularly as its presentation isn't particularly good.
Thank you. A further question? Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Presiding Member, and thank you, Director Amprimo. For an item like this, given that we obviously have quite a lot of urban greening to do across the entire city, we've got only 16% canopy cover. Would it be appropriate that the council were given the opportunity to workshop locations as priorities in conjunction with the consultation that was undertaken with the community members, just so that we could have priorities and provide the administration with better direction, taking into consideration all locations and also that community consultation?
Thank you. Director Amprimo.
Yeah, thank you, Presiding Member. So as part of development of the Urban Greening Implementation Plan, we will be taking the material that we got through the stakeholder engagement process and looking at the priority areas that that came through that process, which did touch on shade for transport corridors for alternative modes of transport. That was one aspect that came out as a priority, even though Canning Highway wasn't specifically identified for that purpose. But the implementation plan, when that comes to council, would be an opportunity for council to comment on the priorities that we've pulled together from the engagement already undertaken.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Thank you, Ms. Presiding Member. Thank you, Ms. Amprimo. I think my last question on this item. Given that this is a advocacy advocacy priority for 25-26 year, and we're well into that period now. And knowing how long state government take to respond, is this likely to be achieved in 25-26, or can you probably see that this might be something that will take more than 12 months to get a response from the state government, and therefore maybe should be 26-27 year?
Thank you, Director Amprimo.
Yeah, thank you, Presiding Member. I would be seeking to get an indication from Main Roads one way or another whether it was a conversation that they were willing to go further with or not. That might be optimistic, but that would be my aim, would be to find out from them whether it was something that they wanted an ongoing conversation on, and then let council know one way or another.
All right, thank you. Councillors, does anybody wish to speak for or against the item? No? Councillor Quidland, would you like to reply?
Thank you. We're setting the advocacy priorities for the next financial year because that's what we do, and in 12 months' time we'll do it again. So if it's going well, we'll continue with this. If it's not, we'll do something else. But the goal is to advocate for something because that's something we would like to happen. That's what advocacy is all about. I'd ask councillors to support this. It may be successful, in which case we will have done something to improve a very unsightly part of the city. If not, we'll keep working on those areas of land that we do control. But certainly this provides an opportunity if Main Roads is willing to partner with us. And let's hope, fingers crossed.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, I'm now putting the amendment to the vote. If you could all please cast your votes. And that has passed unanimously. Thank you. Now we revert back to the substantive motion as amended. Councillor Prendeville, do you wish to speak to the substantive motion?
No, thank you.
Councillor Navard, do you wish to speak to the substantive motion as the seconder? Thank you. Councillors, does anybody wish to speak against the motion? No. Okay, I will put the motion to the vote. Thank you. All right. That has passed unanimously. So thank you, councillors. And if somebody could please go and retrieve Mayor Milner. Thank you.
All right, folks, thank you for waiting for me. We'll now move on to the next item to be withdrawn for discussion this evening, which is item 10.4.6, entitled 2025 Western Australian Local Government Association Annual General Meeting. We need some delegates for this item. So there's an officer recommendation before us. In each case, we're hopefully going to get 2 names from council to go at paragraph 1 and paragraph 2. Do we have any nominations? So Councillor Navard and Councillor Waugh, putting yourselves forward for A and B on paragraph 1. All right. And do we have any nominees to be the proxies in paragraph 2? All right. Anyone? Going? Oh, we'll give Councillor D'Souza a bite at the cherry. Councillor D'Souza, we're just calling for nominations to be one of the proxy voting delegates at paragraph 2 of item 10.4.6. Happy to put your hand up?
No.
All right. Well, I won't push the issue any further. Maybe I'll just move paragraph 1 of the officer recommendation and we'll delete paragraph 2. So the amended officer recommendation that I'm about to move reads as follows: that council approves the following elected members to be registered as voting delegates on behalf of the City of South Perth at the 2025 Western Australian Local Government Association Annual General Meeting to be held on Tuesday, 23 September 2025, and at part A, Councillor Jennifer Navard, and at part B, Councillor Bronwyn Waugh. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Cridland, thank you. Right, not much to say as a mover, folks. We probably should have 2 delegates. Councillor Navard and Councillor Waugh have kindly put up their hands to be those delegates, which makes sense because they're our Walga zone reps. Councillor Cridland, anything to say as seconder?
Thank you very much for representing us.
Right, very good. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Nope, then I'll declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, that concludes item 10. We move on to item 11, which is applications for a leave of absence. I haven't received any leave of absence applications. Does anyone wish to make an application now? Councillor Prendeville.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Please may I apply for a leave of absence from between the 23rd of September 2025 and the 10th of October 2025 inclusive.
All right, so just to confirm, that's the 23rd of September through to the 10th of October inclusive?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Does anyone else wish to apply for a leave of absence? No. Okay. In that case, I'm about to call for someone to move a motion that the leave of absence application received from Councillor Hayley Prendeville for the period of 23 September 2025 to 10 October 2025 inclusive be granted. Could I thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis, Councillor Cridland to second. Councillors, does anyone oppose? No. Okay. That's carried unanimously then. All right. That brings us to item 12, which is motions of which previous notice has been given. Item 12.1 is a notice of motion from Councillor Bronwyn Waugh entitled Development of a Volunteer Code of Conduct. Councillor Waugh, I assume you want to move that one?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. Would anyone like to second that motion? 12.1. Oh, just to clarify, I assume, Councillor Waugh, you're moving the original notice of recommendation appearing on page 90 of the agenda and not the suggested officer recommendation on page 93?
That's correct. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Yep. All right. So Councillor Waugh moving. Was that Councillor Hayley Prendeville seconding? All right. Councillor Waugh, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, councillors, we all know that volunteers are the lifeblood of our community. They run our sporting clubs, they staff our community events, they support our libraries, and they enrich our civic life. But they are not employees of this city. They do not represent the city in the same way that staff do. Their role is unique, distinct, and invaluable, and because their role is different, the governance framework we apply to them should also be different. At present, our city applies the same employee code of conduct to volunteers, and while this may be administratively convenient, it does not reflect the reality of volunteering, because volunteers are not employees. They are community members generously giving their time for the public good, and holding them to an employment-focused code designed for staff who are paid creates unnecessary confusion and can deter participation. The Department of Local Government, Sport and Cultural Industries has a volunteer management guide. And that makes clear that volunteer conduct should be addressed within a separate code of conduct tailored to their unique role. This is not a radical or a unique proposal. The Volunteer Management Guide, the very guidance published by the state government to support recruitment, retention and management of volunteers, explicitly recommends that organisations adopt a volunteer code of conduct, and it notes that volunteers require clarity on expectations around behaviour, confidentiality, conflict of interest and respectful engagement. And it further explains that such a code helps prevent disputes, protects organisational reputation and fosters a safe and inclusive environment. Other local governments have recognised this too. I note that the cities of Mandurah, Wanneroo, Perth, Bayswater, East Fremantle and several others have implemented standalone volunteer codes. As our city relies heavily on volunteers, we ought to engage to a similar standard. A separate volunteer code of conduct is not about burdening volunteers with bureaucracy. Quite the opposite. It's about giving them clarity so that they know what is expected of them, giving them protection so that disputes or complaints can be handled fairly without assuming employment relationships that do not exist, and respect, recognising that their role is distinct and valued in its own right. It's also about ensuring that our city avoids risk. The guide highlights that volunteers are often in positions of public trust, interacting with vulnerable groups, handling information or representing organisations. Without clear volunteer-specific conduct expectations, we risk reputational damage, disputes or confusion over standards. Our community expects that when they volunteer with the city, they are given clear, practical and fair guidelines, not a one-size-fits-all employee code that was never written with them in mind. So by adopting a separate code developed in consultation with the volunteers themselves, we can demonstrate respect for their contribution and commitment to best practice governance. So, my fellow councillors, it is my view that our volunteers deserve clarity, respect and recognition because they are not employees, they are partners in our civic life. The DLG recommends a volunteer code of conduct and other councils have already adopted one. So tonight we have the chance to show leadership by directing the CEO to prepare a draft code that reflects the unique role of our volunteers. So I respectfully request that you support this motion because it honours the contribution of the thousands of volunteers who make South Perth a vibrant, connected and community that we all cherish. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillor Prendeville, you're the seconder. Would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've seconded this motion. I think it makes sense to me. I'm a volunteer in different areas of the community and have been different types of volunteers. And volunteers are different to employees. I'll be brief. I'm really interested in the development of a volunteer-specific code and to be able to have the opportunity to compare and contrast that with what we have at the moment. And then that further opportunity to discuss as an elected group the differences, the positives, negatives, how we might feel about it, and then the best way moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prendeville. Councillors, would anyone like to speak against the notice of motion? Question from Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've got a few questions on this item. Can the administration please advise if the current policy that we've got in place, which I understand covers contractors, volunteers and employees, has caused any concern for a volunteer with regard to understanding what their responsibilities are, what their roles are? Has there been any confusion or ambiguity at all?
Mr Scott, should I send that your way?
I'll be brief. I've only had a limited tenure at the city, so I can only say what I've experienced over the last 2 months, and to my knowledge there hasn't been any significant issues associated with volunteers and the application of the current Code of Conduct.
Thank you, Mr Scott. Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Mr Scott. Comments were made with regard to the ambiguity with the existing policy that affects volunteer participation, that if there was to be a separate policy, it would actually assist in preventing disputes. It would provide greater clarity. Can the administration please advise specifically if the current policy is actually affecting our volunteer participation rates, has resulted in disputes or resulted in unclear requirements of what the volunteer role is?
Mr. Scott?
Through the Chair, as per my previous response, I've only got limited experience at the City. To date, I'm not aware of any issues associated from the Code of Conduct that's been raised to my attention.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Thank you, Mr. Scott. The current policy obviously reflects on contractors, volunteers and employees. Taking into consideration, they all provide services. Has the City had any issues, not just with regard to the volunteers, but also with our contractors, understanding what their roles and responsibilities are when they provide services to the City?
Mr. Scott?
Through the Chair, yes, as before, my experience in this matter is limited, but again, I'm not aware. Generally, any issues that are raised with contractors are dealt with directly with the contractor. I'm yet to experience where we've had to use the Code of Conduct as a tool to resolve an issue.
Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Does the City consider there is any valid reason to have a completely separate policy to deal specifically with volunteers? Is there any valid reason at all, given that we've still got employees and contractors that may very well be sitting together on a separate policy?
Mr. Scott?
Through the Chair, I think the administration's position is fairly well documented within the report associated with this item. I don't really have anything else to add.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Any further questions, Councillor Brenda Abrandis?
Not at the moment, Mr. Mayor.
All right. I might ask one question, and it may be that it's already been answered by Mr. Scott, but I guess I'll throw it open to not just Mr. Scott, but the administration generally. Is there any evidence at all that would suggest that we currently have problems with our volunteers that might be solved by a volunteer code of conduct, as distinct from what we already have?
Through the Chair, as per my previous comment, I'm not aware, but if any of the other executive staff present have any experience or evidence, I'm more than happy for them to speak up.
I'm seeing shaking heads, but I'll give any members of the administration that are aware of any problems that might be cured by a volunteer code of conduct, I'll give them an opportunity to speak up. No? Okay. Would anyone like to speak against the motion before us? Councillor
I don't
Navard.
want to speak against it, but I would like a little bit of clarification, if I may, with the City. I just wondered how many, like the relationships can sometimes become a bit blurred when you're looking at volunteerism. And I just was wondering how many likely volunteers, or how many areas would there be where the volunteer was working directly with the City rather than, in some other kind of club or whatever, just to give us some sort of indication of the size of the issue.
Mr. Scott?
Through the Chair, I'll provide some initial comments, but I may pass on to Ms Shaw, who's responsible for our community development area. Generally, a volunteer that's a volunteer for the City would be volunteering under the supervision of a staff member. If they're volunteering for a club, that's not part of the City of South Perth, and therefore the club may have their own code of conduct for their members or their volunteers, etc. But at the moment, the city has a code of conduct that encapsulates both employees, contractors, volunteers and other agents associated with the city. Ms Shaw, have you got anything to add?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So my understanding was where you would work alongside. So, for example, it could be library services, working in our local histories collection. Planting days, you may have volunteers. In our community culture recreation, the recreation division, you'll have volunteers alongside the recreation staff down at George Bennett Leisure Centre as well. So there are some examples about where you'd be working alongside employees that would be subject to the existing code of conduct.
Thank you, Ms Shaw and Mr Scott. Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Is there any difference with regard to liability or protection with regard to volunteers versus employees, including things like workers' compensation? Is there anything so compelling, so different, that you'd actually want to differentiate and have a complete separate policy for a volunteer?
Mr Scott.
Through the chair, I think it's documented in the report that both employees and volunteers are subject to the Work Health and Safety Act of 2024. I could be wrong with the year. And they're classified as workers. So the city has the same obligations to an employee as it would have to a volunteer in regards to health and safety matters.
Thank you, Mr Scott. Councillors, would anyone like to speak against the notice of motion? Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I will be speaking against this item tonight. I don't see any compelling reason to have a completely separate standalone policy created solely for volunteers. We still have contractors and we have employees, and they're all being grouped together. As we've heard tonight, for work health safety reasons and also for workers' compensation reasons, they're treated the same as an employee, and they often undertake many of the similar duties, whether it be environmental ones, whether it be in our libraries or sporting and recreational areas around the city. So effectively, we're treating volunteers as if they were a part of our extended workforce, along like an employee, and to a different extent, as if they're also contractors. Contractors are still grouped with employees. There's nothing that I see so compelling to create a separate policy for. The volunteers, as we've heard tonight, don't have any issues with regard to being unclear as to what their roles and duties are with the existing policy. It doesn't affect their participation rates. The administration indicated that we still receive a lot of volunteers undertaking programs, and I don't consider it being disrespectful leaving volunteers, contractors and employees within one policy. And neither do I consider that grouping the three different categories together creating any confusion with regard to what the standards and expectations are. In fact, if anything, they're probably advising all our suppliers, we treat you fairly equally, and you provide similar services with regard to different functions and areas across the city. So again, I see the creation of a separate policy now for volunteers adds no value, and if anything, is an unnecessary cost and burden to the administration and additional work. If the policy was not working, if the administration said there are some grave concerns about volunteers understanding their requirements, their roles, and if there were major concerns with regard to maybe the protection of the rights of volunteers, I would be very supportive of a different policy, but there is no compelling evidence to support this. So for this reason tonight, councillors, I won't be supporting this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the notice of motion who hasn't spoken yet? You asking a question? Fire away.
Thank you. So I just note that the officer report suggests that volunteer responsibilities are managed through, or they're able to be managed through induction, training and guidance notes. Is the administration able to let me know when was the last formal volunteer induction conducted and for which groups that would be?
Mr. Scott?
Through the chair, unless one of the other executives are able to provide a response, I can't provide a response. I don't know.
Thank you.
Anyone else, or should we take that one on notice?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So typically what happens is for example, somebody expresses an interest in volunteering at the library, then we'll do an induction with them prior to them commencing volunteering, but I don't have a specific date as to when the last one was undertaken.
Another question, Councillor Waugh?
Yes, one more question. So thank you for that answer. Are you able to let me know if inductions have been conducted for organisations in partnership with the city, such as the Home Karrawara Food Relief Program or Heritage House, or other community-facing programs that are not directly engaged with the city, like the library? Thank you.
Ms Shaw, should I send that your way or to Mr. Scott?
Through the chair, it's probably appropriate, Ms Shaw, because the examples given come under her remit.
Yeah. Thank
Sure.
you, Mr. Mayor, but I'll actually have to take that on notice and find out. I'm not sure in particular about Heritage House. So,
Thank you. Another question, Councillor Waugh?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, in respect to risk management, as Councillor Brenda Brandis has raised, I know that volunteers within our community are often in direct contact with vulnerable community members, or they're representing the city at public-facing programs. So can you tell me how the city currently manages the reputational, behavioural governance risks if a dispute was to arise involving a volunteer, given that the employee code, I don't imagine, is expressly drawn to their notice? I think as a volunteer, I wouldn't be looking at the employee code of conduct as covering me, and when unclear if they're having inductions. How would the city manage that?
I'll allow it, but it sounds like we're starting to confuse training with a code of conduct. But Mr. Scott?
As previously advised, there is inductions for volunteers, and through that induction process, they should be made aware of the code of conduct, and I believe that's occurring, but I can't give you an absolute guarantee that every volunteer has been made aware of the code of conduct, but we do have an onboarding process for volunteers, and I can only assume, without taking the question on notice, that people are being volunteers are being made aware of the code of conduct or the existence of the code of conduct.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the notice of motion who hasn't already spoken? No? Is there anyone else who would like to speak against the notice of motion who hasn't already spoken? I will. Councillors, I'm speaking against this motion. I absolutely agree with Councillor Waugh when she says our volunteers are incredibly important to the community. They are, absolutely. But I simply don't see what this specific motion is intended to achieve. I agree 100% with what Councillor Brenda Brandis has said. The officer report is pretty darn clear. It's that this motion is not necessary. I don't accept Councillor Waugh's statement that not having a separate volunteer code of conduct risks reputational damage. I don't accept the statement that it's somehow disrespectful to our volunteers. Page 91 of the agenda sets out the officer report. It says the following, open quote, "Guidance for supporting and managing volunteers is provided by the City's Employee Code of Conduct and Policy P630, Workplace Health and Safety, both of which provide for volunteers. The City recognises the importance of providing clear and accessible expectations for volunteers. These objectives can be achieved without the need for a separate code by delivering volunteer-specific induction and training programs, providing simplified guidance notes based on the existing code of conduct, and using plain language role descriptions tailored to volunteer duties." Later on, in the same page of our agenda, the officer reports notes that, open quote, a single unified code of conduct is the prevailing practice across the sector, with many local governments supporting volunteers through tailored induction and guidance materials rather than separate conduct frameworks, close quote. There's nothing in Councillor Waugh's written reasons that explains why we would need a separate code of conduct for volunteers. And there's only a bare assertion, unsupported by any evidence, that not having a separate code of conduct for volunteers might lead to confusion. I haven't heard a single argument so far as to why this motion is needed. I've asked the administration if there's any evidence that the current practice is deficient in any way, and no evidence has been forthcoming. Councillors, I can't support this. As a council, we're charged with overseeing the allocation of the city's resources. We should be ensuring that our staff are able to attend to the things that will be of the most benefit to our community. This motion, with all due respect, is not a good use of our staff's time. Now, councillors, please don't get me wrong. Elected members are entitled to raise notices of motion. That's our right. There's no law saying that we have to engage with the city staff before we do so. But just because we have the right to do something without engaging with the city staff, that doesn't mean that doing so is best practice or even recommended. I'm gently suggesting that it's good practice for elected members to engage with the city staff before filing a notice of motion. And I'm not coming out with something new that I haven't said in this chamber before. I've been pretty consistent about this during my almost 6 years as our community's mayor. I'm voting against this motion, and I'm foreshadowing the suggested officer recommendation at page 93 of the agenda, which is that council notes the city's employee code of conduct and policy P630, workplace health and safety, support and manage volunteers. That's me. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet who would like to speak in favour of the notice of motion? No. Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken who would like to speak against? No. In that case, Councillor Waugh, you have 5 minutes to rebut any arguments made during debate if you would like to do so.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, you've all heard, thank you so much. I have no doubt that employees undertake induction, and I have no doubt that direct volunteers with the city undertake an induction process. And the reason I raise it, Mr Mayor, is because it is outlined in the city's reasons that the objectives can be achieved without the need for a separate code. However, having a volunteer code of conduct is a proactive measure to support and guide our volunteers, and we have a lot of them in our community. So it's about giving them clarity, regardless of whether or not they have been inducted, for those community groups who may not be quite as engaged with the city, directly engaged as, for example, in the library. And that's about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillors, I'm putting the notice of motion to the vote. Please cast your votes. And we're waiting on one more vote. All right, the votes are in. Councillor Waugh's notice of motion has passed 5 votes to 2. Those who voted in favour were Councillor Waugh, Councillor Cridland, Councillor Navard, Councillor Prendeville and Councillor D'Souza. Those who voted against were Councillor Brenda Abrandis and myself, Mayor Milner. We move on to the next item, item 12.2, which is another notice of motion from Councillor Bronwyn Waugh entitled Oversight of Non-Standard or Changes to Lease/Partnership Terms. Councillor Waugh, I assume you want to move your motion that appears at page 94 of the agenda?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right, would anyone like to second that? Councillor Cridland, the floor is yours, Councillor Waugh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I want to begin by actually acknowledging the City Administration for the important work that I see is already underway in the review of Policy P609, being the cost recovery analysis and the lease audit. This is very valuable work that will go a long way towards consolidating templates, closing legacy compliance gaps and modernising our framework, and I fully support that review process. But at the same time, I believe that we should also ensure that within the broader review, there is a clear governance mechanism, a safeguard if you wish, that ensures that council is informed when a lease or partnership terms depart materially from what is our standard practice. So first, I want to address the community experience and why this matters. Throughout my 2 years on council, I have been approached by increasingly more and more community groups, clubs and service organisations who have come to me aggrieved by the city's approach to lease and partnership negotiations. Now, I cannot speak to the detail of each case and I have not reviewed the leases, but I have been approached enough times by enough people from all sorts of organisations to know that there is a perception within the community that negotiations are inconsistent, it seems perhaps heavy-handed and not always fair. One example that I have referred to is the WASPs lease because that did come to council. And to me, those terms were not something that I would have been proud to stand behind. And if that is what we see in the one agreement that reached this chamber that I had a look at, we have to ask ourselves, what do the others look like? And at the very least, the community perception that something isn't right is real and it damages trust in us as their elected representatives. So in identifying the gap where I consider that perhaps oversight is missing, firstly, the officer report rightly notes that council's role is strategic and policy and not operational, and I agree. But even at the strategic level, there is currently no formal mechanism to ensure that when lease terms are changed in a way that materially affects a tenant's ongoing rights, obligations or tenure, at the very least, council is told, and not by aggrieved members of our community. Without that safeguard, we risk groups feeling blindsided and council being disconnected from decisions that have reputational and community consequences. So I note that the officer comments and I have given them very significant consideration, and I want to explain how I think that this motion will fit comfortably right within P609. The motion, in my view, does not seek to create a parallel process. It does not duplicate the officer review. What it does is complement that work by asking that as part of the P609 policy review, a governance mechanism be embedded so that material departures from standard terms are reported to council for transparency and a clear framework is established for future negotiations, especially where community or public benefit groups are concerned. So I think that this motion is actually entirely consistent with the officer's recommendations and it can be delivered through the same review and policy processes. It simply ensures that the outcome of that work contains the safeguards that our community would expect from us. So in closing, I want to make clear that our role is to protect transparency, fairness and accountability. When community groups tell us that they feel that something isn't right, it is our job to respond with a governance framework that restores confidence in us. By embedding this mechanism into the P609 review, we could achieve both aims. First, officers can continue their important consolidation and audit work, and second, council can be assured that when material changes do occur, we can have oversight. And this is about good governance, it's about fairness to our community organisations, and it's about ensuring that decisions of this city are made transparently and accountably. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillor Cridland, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Just getting started, 10:38. Oh my God. All right. I think most of you know that this is something that's quite dear to my heart, is our community groups and sporting clubs. And I think they are the heart and soul of our community. And I have some pretty good links with a lot of them. And I support this recommendation because I have been receiving feedback, as you probably would have gathered from the questions I've asked over the last few months, in respect of leases that haven't been renewed, discussions about significantly increased fees for clubs that, you know, are not well off, in a context where the city, or rather the council, has determined to increase its rates at less than the increase in our costs, and there is a concern that some of these clubs are now being seen as a way of dealing with that decision of council to increase rates by such low amounts. Concerns about lease terms being offered that are very short and that are insufficient for them to plan for the future, for incentives being given to go to different locations where they'll get better leases. I did see the WASP's lease last year, which certainly I found astounding. It was different to every other lease I had seen in the city, and I've seen a lot. It was certainly a lease that I would have been not surprised to see for a small shop in a shopping centre rather than a community group. So am concerned that some of the terms may not be reflecting the value of these groups to the well-being and the amenity of the city, and may be causing them significant detriment, including potential fee increases. There is a lot of similarity between the suggested officer recommendation and the notice of motion, but and I think it's good that our policies are reviewed from time to time. There was just something about that policy 609 that scares me a bit, and certainly it's something that scares clubs, and I don't think I'd be telling anyone something too surprising when I mention the Bridge Club and the Croquet Club, for example, that that the city is looking at this in respect of a review of sale of city property, which includes where both of those clubs are currently located. So there are concerns out there, and I think this notice of motion is well put because it will allow the council to get a grip on what's happening if things are changing, and certainly things do have to change. We have to regularise, become more consistent, and I'm not suggesting there's going to be something in there that is necessarily going to be that bad, but we need to know about what the facts are when we have people contact us about these things.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Councillor Navard.
If I may, could I just ask a question?
Of course.
Well, I'm just wondering about, in terms of, is your thought that every lease is going? Okay, so how will that be defined? Which ones will come and which ones won't?
Councillor Navard, I can allow you to ask
sorry.
questions of the administration,
Yes,
but
that's a
I
good
can't
idea.
allow elected members
No.
to speak twice.
No. Well, I'm just wondering about how it could be implemented, given that we have lots of leases, some of which are very tiny and some might be a little larger. And I'm just wondering what kind of criteria might be applied to have that operate smoothly.
Who should I send that to? Mr. Scott?
Through the chair, I'll try to provide a response. So in general, well, under the Act, the Local Government Act, a lease is just defined as a disposal of property. And my experience, and I have been assured by the staff that the general experience here is that all leases are actually presented to council before they are actually signed off and then put to the relevant organisation for execution. So council does see the leases, and there is a policy, I'm not too sure of the exact number of the policy, but it does provide the administration direction in regards to general terms, etc., particularly in regards to community leases. And I understand that it's a 5 + 5 + 5, or just a 5 + 5 arrangement, and that's what the city has been operating under for a number of years. So that's a council policy that the staff are following when negotiating leases, and I'm sure that policy contains other conditions, terms and conditions that would be presented to a prospective organisation when it came to leasing. Happy if any of the other staff may want to add to my comments, given my limited experience here.
Does anyone else want to add to Mr Scott's response? No? Councillor Navard.
Look, I do know Councillor Cridland has regularly expressed concern about some leases, and I'm just wondering what's the problem that's created what appears to be a level of inconsistency, and therefore how is it going to be cured if apparently all leases are still coming to council? What's going wrong? Can anyone sort of enlighten me on that?
Through the chair, I suppose, if I don't mind, through the chair, I'd always encourage councillors to come and speak to the administration if they are hearing from a community group that there is concerns in regards to either a current lease or a lease under negotiation. It's very easy for community groups to go and talk to an elected member and say there's a problem here, but I would hope that the first step an elected member takes is actually then come to the administration and say, this has been raised to me, this has been raised, and I'd like clarification on what is the actual administration's position in regards to this matter. Just like any other matter that a resident or ratepayer or elector would come to an elected member and say, I'm having problems with the administration, or I don't like what's happening at the administration, and get both sides of the story so that we can work out what is the issue and hopefully work collectively together to create a resolution. I've seen other local governments that is the general process that's taken, and generally, there's the leasee's side of the story, there's the leaseor's side of the story, and sometimes when you add the two stories together, you actually get the full story. And all I can say is I'd always encourage elected members, if they are hearing from residents, bring those concerns to the administration, and we will try our very best to try and resolve what is the underlying issue that the potential leasee is concerned about.
Thank you, Mr Scott. Councillor Prindiville.
Can I ask a question, please, Mr Mayor?
Of course.
The notice of motion wording and the suggested officer recommendation, as it's been noted, is very similar. Am I right in, or can we have a little bit more further explanation as to the actual differences? I can see the word report and then the word workshop. Is that the main difference?
Who should I send that to? Is that Ms Shaw or Mr Scott?
Through the chair, I'll try and answer it to try and speed up the discussion. The motion and notice has several points. Identifying current standard terms and conditions of leases, outlines that the process in which variations and amendments to these standard terms are currently approved, and recommends a governance mechanism to ensure, any material departure and a clear framework to establish to guide future lease, licence and partnership negotiations and amendments. My general experiences in any of these situations is the administration generally gets direction from council, either through policy or through a council decision, in regards to progressing a lease with a particular organisation or an agreement with a particular organisation. It's then the administration's role to negotiate that lease based on set council policy or what is standard practice within the organisation, and then that agreement is then subsequently presented to council for consideration and approval or rejection before it's then forwarded to the other party to finalise. In regards to a clear framework, I don't know how we could, possibly we could improve the reports to council in regards to agreements that highlights if there's been any material change from the previous lease, if it's a lease that's being renewed. But as I said, there is already policy positions in regards to certain terms and conditions that the administration applies. And likewise, if it's a new lease, you know, there may be some direction provided to council in the initial steps of discussing a new lease with a new organisation that sets effectively the term sheet, which is basically the basic terms and conditions of a lease that we would negotiate within. I understand the administration is undertaking a process to review the specific policy that's mentioned here. Unfortunately, the nature of agreements is you don't have standard terms and conditions because we may have leases that are already been executed 20 years ago and they're not going to be standard to what we would execute today, simply because drafting of leases and agreements change over time. I'm not a lawyer, my experience is that conditions change in respect to new legislation or new practices in this area. So it's very difficult to say these are our standard terms and conditions because those standard terms and conditions may not apply to previous agreed agreements. That's the nature of agreements that cover a long period of time. So we are doing a review and that is aimed to come back to council. I'm not too sure whether or not this motion or notice would actually complement that, but as I said, if council is concerned about current negotiations with any organisation, then there's nothing stopping an elected member or a group of elected members coming to the administration and let's talk it out or have a briefing on it. Because the last thing the administration wants is to have an unhappy community as well. I don't know if I've answered your question, but may have got around it somehow.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Councillor Prendeville?
Sorry, I'm really just after, so the suggested officer recommendation is you're quite happy to do all of these things, but within a workshop rather than presenting a report on. So just wanted to, sorry, that was really all I wanted to clarify.
It's probably appropriate to have a workshop rather than present it to council because a workshop allows for a bit of exchange between the elected members and the administration, and we can actually talk about terms and conditions which maybe not be best be discussed in a public forum.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak against the question? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, fire away.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can administration please advise when a review was undertaken on our leases? I understood that a detailed review was undertaken probably like about 5 years ago or so, and it involved external consultant to actually undertake this work.
Mr. Scott?
Through the Chair, I'd have to take that question on notice. I don't have a response.
Councillors, would anyone like to speak against the notice of motion? I will. So, councillors, once again, I don't see what this is intended to achieve that isn't already happening. Councillor Waugh's written reasons and oral reasons refer to the Manning Markets, the WASPs lease and the Home Karawara Food Relief Program as being situations that, open quote, raise concerns about transparency, consistency and fairness in the city's lease management practices, close quote. I don't agree with that statement. The former operators of the Manning Markets made a commercial decision to move to Headley Park, a site operated by Development WA. Everyone is familiar with Council's decision regarding the previously proposed deed of option to Wasps Hockey. The primary question there wasn't the terms of the deed of option or the terms of the lease. The primary question was whether it was in our community's best interests to grant that lease, having regard to the proximity of the new high-performance hockey centre at Curtin University, and Council decided not to grant that deed of option. I heard Councillor Waugh say during her reasons that she said that she didn't like the terms of the lease. I don't think she mentioned the deed of option, but said that she didn't like the terms of the lease and she wouldn't stand behind the WASP's lease. And I had to bring up the minutes from the 24 September 2024 discussion on this, because when seeking an adjournment, Councillor Waugh said that these are two very carefully drafted documents by an excellent law firm, and the officer's recommendation has failed to properly engage with the terms of the lease. But if they were excellent, carefully drafted documents by an excellent law firm, well, I don't remember anyone moving a notice of motion saying we need to amend the terms of this lease. As far as I can recall, that never happened. Some councillors voted in favour of granting the lease. I think, well, Councillor Waugh was one of them. But no one's moved a motion saying these lease terms are so bad, I won't stand behind them, we need to change them. Councillor Cridland said that, you know, he wasn't there for that particular vote, but he said that he had a look at the lease terms and they seemed very unusual, non-standard. I think he mentioned something along the lines of a shopping centre lease. Well, if the WASP's deed of option and proposed lease was unusual, then it might have had something to do with the fact that what was being proposed was a 3-year deed of option granting WASPs a 21-year lease of Collier Reserve and contemplating WASPs building a clubhouse on that land that the city would have to deal with if for whatever reason they didn't manage to complete the clubhouse, funding ran out, and the city was left with a half-finished asset that they would need to dispose of somehow. I'm not surprised that the proposed deed of option and lease to WASPs was non-standard because the circumstances were non-standard. And finally, the reference was made in Councillor Waugh's written reasons to the Home Karrawara Food Relief Program. Well, all elected members are aware of the circumstances concerning the Home Karrawara Food Relief Program. I don't think I can elaborate, but none of those examples raise concerns about transparency, consistency and fairness in the city's lease management practices. And Councillor Waugh's written reasons don't elaborate any further. But all of that aside, I have a far more basic governance concern with this motion. Every lease of city property is brought to council for approval. We've just heard Mr Scott confirm that. And at least some of the licences of city property are brought to council for approval. Now, councillors, we're the organ of the city with the responsibility for approving leases. Under the circumstances, I'm pretty reluctant to support anything that might result in elected members taking a direct or an indirect involvement in operational lease negotiation, as raised by one of the public questions tonight. It might result in perceptions of favouritism or apprehended bias. Now, for what it's worth, I see the officer comment raises a similar concern at page 96 of the agenda. Our role is a policy and strategic role. We are not supposed to get involved in lease or licence negotiations. That's almost 5 minutes. Would someone be kind enough to move a motion? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. Would someone second? Councillor De Souza, thank you. Councillors, please cast your votes on a motion that I'll be granted a further 5 minutes to speak. I'll try not to take all of it. And that was unanimous, thank you. Now, in fairness to Councillor Waugh, I do see that her written reasons say that the intent is not to interfere with operational decision-making, and I accept that, fair enough. But I don't see what benefit this specific motion achieves that would A, justify the time and effort that the city administration would have to expend to comply with this motion, or B, justify the risk of this motion inadvertently leading to elected members becoming directly or indirectly involved in operational lease negotiations. I absolutely accept that's not intended, but at the same time, I can absolutely see the potential, unintentional potential, for mischief here, and I'm not prepared to open the door to that. Hand on heart, councillors, this motion looks, at least to me, like a purported solution in search of a problem. Once again, it seems to be creating more work for the city administration without any proportionate benefit to our community over and above what the city administration is already doing. Now, it's clear that elected members have some questions, and that's good. Let's give the city administration an opportunity to answer those questions at the workshop proposed by the suggested officer recommendation at page 100 of the agenda. And if there's some benefit to this motion that I'm not presently seeing, maybe it will become clear at that workshop. But for the time being, I'm voting against this motion, and I'm foreshadowing the officer recommendation at page 100 of the agenda. That's me. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the motion who hasn't spoken already? No? Is there anyone else who would like to speak against who hasn't spoken already? Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, firstly, the objectives of both the officer's recommendation and also that of Councillor Waugh are pretty much the same. Apart from the fact that one would actually provide the benefits of a workshop for the elected members, which I think is highly appropriate. There may very well be a lot of discussion with regards to this item, as we had with licences and leases a few years ago, and a workshop of a few hours was very appropriate. It provides the same outcome with regard to what the administration are going to be given due consideration to. But what it doesn't provide is a report to come back to council in the public forum to be discussing the various differences with regard to each lease. And I don't consider that appropriate. I think the administration's got the right approach here, where if there are concerns, we workshop it as elected members, we discuss it, we debate it, we talk about it. I do understand that some years ago, not that long ago, the administration did undertake a review, and I thought it was an independent consultant that reviewed the city's leases. I do understand that the city obviously keep a documented record of the criteria with regard to those leases as well. So understanding the major differences lease on lease is not quite a difficult process for the administration to actually undertake. I think the fact that, I don't think, I know the fact that each lease does actually come back to council provides the transparency that's required. As elected members, we consider each lease, we have the opportunity to raise questions and can make amendments. So I think it's really appropriate to consider that currently there is more than sufficient transparency around this process. The officer's recommendation has noted that there are currently 82 leases, licences and agreements in place. And from all I've heard, we might be talking literally only about 3 leases. I have not heard any major concerns about any other leases apart from possibly trying to relinquish a lease off the tenant at the Old Mill Theatre. And that's the only other time, apart from these couple of leases, that I've heard major concerns about our leases. By and large, our leases are for the community and public benefit and are somewhat nominal in value. So these leases have not caused concern, as I understand, from by far the majority of those leaseholders. A better approach to undertaking this review and our concerns is a workshop. And as Mayor has commented, conversations could be had directly with the executive as well. So we've got means of actually working through this. The officer recommendation indicates we'd be working through everything that's been articulated, but it would be appropriate to be held in a workshop where we've got the opportunity to actually talk, discuss, debate, raise issues, not to bring it back as a full report analysing everyone's lease, all the material departures and variances and significant changes to a lease. in this forum. I could just imagine 82 leases coming back to an ordinary council meeting requiring an evening all by itself. The preparation of a report requires so much more work when it needs to be presented in this forum, and I think to afford the administration the opportunity to undertake their review and for discussions to be had without the additional burden of a formal report through to council is appropriate. So for these reasons, I don't consider the motion appropriate, and I think we actually still have enough safeguards and transparency in place, and would prefer that we actually consider this as a workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Councillors, is there anyone who hasn't spoken who would like to speak in favour of the notice of motion? No? Is there anyone else who would like to speak against the notice of motion who hasn't spoken? No. Councillor Waugh, if you'd like 5 minutes to wind up and rebut arguments made during the debate, now's your opportunity.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you all for listening and for considering this item tonight. I want to say first and foremost that this is not about reviewing each and every lease. It is about ensuring that we have consistency in our lease terms. So a template, if you wish, of minimum terms, criteria, standards to which all of our community can expect when they're engaging in lease negotiations. It's about being transparent in our approach and ensuring adequate oversight where things can change so that we can move forward well informed. So, Councillor Navard, where you asked the question, it's about setting the standard terms in effectively a criteria for what is required, and if there is to be a departure from that, then that would come to Council for us to be notified of that intention. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, I appreciate, Mr Mayor, that you said you have not been approached by any organisations and you're not aware of this, but I have been approached by far too many of our organisations.
I don't think I said that, Councillor Waugh.
Okay, sure. That's what I heard. Maybe I misheard you. But I have been approached by far too many people and organisations all raising similar concerns, and they have felt that they've been unable to raise it directly with the admin, and I have assumed that they have felt rightly or wrongly that perhaps they are afraid of doing so. So that's the purpose of this motion. Now, I understand that the officer recommendation is very, very similar to mine. One of them is a workshop and one of them is a report. I appreciate what Council is saying in respect to the workshop. However, I'm unclear as to what we as Council can contribute to standard lease terms in a workshop. I think perhaps it might be more appropriate for a report and then a workshop. Maybe that would be a way to go. But what I'm really seeking for is a framework to prevent concerns around renegotiations. So this is about standard terms. It's not about individual. It's not about engaging in oversight in every single one of the leases that are negotiations that are being conducted. Now, Mr Mayor, I'm aware that you also said that there was a lot of time and effort that was to go into this. I'm unclear as to whether the time and effort into a workshop is different to the time and effort into a report to be conducted as part of the overall review of that policy. So I'm not clear that that would create any more work for admin, whether we have a report back or whether we have a workshop. And in terms of the WASP lease, I know that there was some criticism there, Mr Mayor, but I must say that in terms of the lease, the terms of the lease in the WASP motion were not discussed or explained. So that was my point when I said we have these leases that have been drafted by top-notch law firms, but we haven't had any discussion of those lease terms. And I think that was particularly upsetting and not a great outcome. So, councillors, I would really like to see us move forward, regardless of whether it be by way of workshop or whether it be by way of report. I consider that perhaps a report would be a more streamlined way to move forward. And if we are unhappy with the city's proposed approach, then perhaps we could move forward to a workshop at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillors, I'm putting the notice of motion to the vote. Please cast your votes. Okay, so the votes are in. The notice of motion has failed, 3 votes to 4. Those who voted in favour of Councillor Waugh's notice of motion were Councillor Glenn Cridland, Councillor Blake D'Souza and Councillor Bronwyn Waugh. Those who voted against were Councillor Jennifer Navard, Councillor Hayley Prendeville, Councillor Andre Brender-Abrandis and myself, Mayor Greg Milner. Now, during debate, I did foreshadow that I would move the suggested officer recommendation at, I think it was page 100, but bear with me. Yes, page 100. So it's in the agenda. I probably don't need to read it out, but I'm moving that suggested officer recommendation. Would anyone second that? Thank you. I think Councillor Brender-Abrandis was first there. Councillors, not much to say that I haven't already said. Just to clarify a couple of things that Councillor Waugh referred to, yeah, I do from time to time get community members coming to me and saying, the administration wants to do this in a lease or do this in a licence. And as Mr Scott alluded to, I pass on those concerns to the city administration. I know that I don't want to get involved in the negotiation of a lease or a licence because I might very well be called upon to vote on the granting of that lease or licence. And I don't want any allegations of favouritism or apprehended bias. I don't want to get involved in the operational side of the city's, well, lease granting and licence granting. Now, if there are concerns from elected members, if community groups and sporting groups and other groups are coming to them saying, hey, we've got an issue with the lease terms that are being offered to us, then please pass on those concerns to the city administration. That's literally part of our duties under Section 2.10 of the Local Government Act, to act as a conduit between the community and the city administration. And for the most part, and I like to think that I've got pretty reasonable exposure to the city's community groups and the city's sporting groups, for the most part, they do seem to be pretty happy. I mean, obviously everyone wants as good a deal as they can possibly get. That's just self-interest and good on any community group trying to get the best deal for their members. But that doesn't mean that we as elected members should start getting involved or, and I don't think Councillor Waugh was saying that we should, in fairness, but it does make me hesitant to lend my support to a system that might unintentionally lead to those sort of outcomes or might unintentionally make those sort of outcomes easier. Perhaps that's a better way of expressing it. So I won't go on any further. Councillor Brender-Abrandis, did you wish to say anything as seconder?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Concurring with the Mayor, I strongly believe that this is appropriate for the administration to take carriage of. And as I've previously alluded, we all participate in the leases when these actually are brought back through to council. So this isn't really a concern for me. I feel that the community groups that enter into leases with the administration are not uncomfortable raising their concerns with the administration about their leases and their lease terms. And I have had very little request from community groups to actually engage on their leases. So I think this might very well be isolated, but on an as-needs basis, they should be addressed directly with the administration in the first instance. The one thing I was a little bit uncomfortable about was the wording reference to a framework. I'm not sure we need to overwork this. As it stands, we've got 82 leases and only a handful of significant leases, and most of these are actually quite nominal in value. So, yeah, very supportive of the administration offering to prepare a workshop and afford the elected members the opportunity to discuss, debate and consider everything behind closed doors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Councillors, does anyone wish to speak against the suggested officer recommendation? Councillor Waugh?
Can I just ask a question, please?
Of course.
So can I just, in respect to this, I know that there's no date put on it. Can I just ask the administration what sort of time frame that we would be expecting for this to occur? Thank you.
Mr. Scott?
Through the chair, given that council has recently appointed a new CEO who starts on the 1st of December, it would be probably inappropriate for me to set a date. I will be talking to the new CEO in the next week, and I can bring that up with her in regards to what she feels would be appropriate once I've obviously spoken to the relevant staff in regards to what is our capacity.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Councillors, does anyone wish to speak against the suggested officer recommendation? No? Does anyone else wish to speak in favour of the suggested officer recommendation? No. There being no further debate and no one was opposed, so there's no need for me to wind up. I'll simply put the suggested officer recommendation to the vote. And that was unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Okay, that takes us to item 13, which is questions from members. Item 13.1 is responses to previous questions from members taken on notice. That's nil. Item 13.2 is questions from members. Councillors, any questions for the administration this evening? Councillor Credland.
Over the last couple of years, there's been an increase in people rough sleeping, including in their cars, probably most commonly. I've noticed it down at Collier Reserve fairly frequently. Sometimes you'll see several cars there where people who unfortunately don't have somewhere else to sleep at night stay. I know that there are some toilet facilities in the clubhouse, which is the Trinity Aquinas football and the South Perth baseball club rooms. Are there any, is there any access to those toilet facilities for those poor unfortunate people to have a shower at night if they are staying down there in their cars overnight?
Who should I send that to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'll take it on notice because I believe that they're actually locked after hours, but, Director Amprino.
Ms. Amprino?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So all of the city's public toilets are locked by our security company and then unlocked again in the morning. And I don't believe that they have showers in them. The ones that are like dedicated change rooms with showers in are accessible for the clubs, not for the general public.
Thank you, Ms. Amprimo. Councillors, any further questions for the administration this evening? No. Okay. That brings us to item 14, which is new business of an urgent nature introduced by decision of the meeting. That's nil. Item 15 is when we would close the meeting to the public if there was any reason for us to do so, but there's not, so we won't. And item 16 is closure. So before I close the meeting, I'd like to thank everyone for their attendance and participation. I declare the meeting closed at 11:19 p.m. Thank you all and good night.